Hello, my dear friends. How are you all? I hope you all are doing good. Now, into this single video course, you will learn the complete API development steps of Node and Express to create REST APIs. So, inside this course, you will not actually do only API development. Instead, you will learn much more things like authentication, validation, file upload, the concept of server session, APIs documentation using Swagger, MongoDB Shell, and much more things about 14, that is 1414 node packages using npm. And finally, you also see that how to deploy project on cloud platform. So to complete this course, it's in a very successful way. The course prerequisite is only that your system must have Node.js installed, npm install, desktop version of MongoDB will be required, that is MongoDB Compass. And for later part in this course, you will need a GitHub account of yours, then also account over MongoDB Atlas so that you can use cloud-based database and also account over Render to deploy this complete web services. So you can see that much more things we are planning to learn into this single video course, which actually makes you zero to hero in Node.js APIs if and only if you complete this course step by step without doing any escape. Now, I only request for this amazing course, please hit the like button to like this very amazing course, very amazing video. Subscribe to this channel for my wonderful effort of this well-structured course. And at last, please share this course in your circle with your friends so that everyone get a chance to learn from it. Now let's jump into the course section to get started. Now to start the process of creating REST APIs using Node.js and Express.js, first thing first, we want a project setup. So what I will do, just open our project terminal. So right now I'm inside a folder called Node.js-APIs. This folder right now is completely empty. So the first file we need inside this project folder, and that will be package.json. Package.json is a very important file inside any of the Node application because it keeps tracks of all the packages and script what basically we use inside that application. So here to create our package.json with default values, simply I will type a command called npm init then -y as a flag. So simply it will take all the default values of all the properties and automatically it will generate a file package.json inside this project folder. Just hit enter. Now I can see successfully it has created a file inside this project folder with all these values. Now next, I will open this setup into my Visual Studio Code. So simply, I will type a command called code dot. Now this command will open this project folder called Node.js-APIs into my VS Code. Hit enter. Now successfully, I can see that now I have opened that project folder into my VS Code. Right now, this project folder is completely empty. We have only a single file called package.json. Now next after it, we want all those packages must be installed into this project folder what basically we'll use inside to create our REST APIs. So here, what are the packages we use? So if I type first the package name, so here I will use first .env. By the help of that package, simply first we create a file called .env inside this project folder, and inside that file I will declare the environment variable files so that I will use those variables globally inside each of the application file. Now then after I'll use a package that will be most important package called Express. This is the web application framework of Node.js. And obviously, inside this course, we have to also create authenticated APIs. So for that, I will use JSON Web Token. And by using JSON Web Token, we'll create a bearer token value, and that token will be very helpful to protect our authenticated API routes. Then after, I'll use a package called Bcrypt. By using this package, simply we'll convert a plain text value into a hashed value. So in this case, I want to convert the password from plain text value to a hashed value. Now next, I will use a package called course. Then after, I'll use one more package called Mongoose. It is ODM, which stands for Object Data Modeling. Simply, it will connect MongoDB with this Node application. Then after, we want to use one more package called Multer because inside this API development course also will discuss the idea or the concept of file upload. So that file upload the concept we'll discuss using this multi package. And one more package I want to discuss, and that will be called NodeMon. So these are the packages. Before going further, we have to install inside this Node.js APIs inside this project folder. So what I will do, just go back to project terminal, and here let's say npm install space, or I can say npm space I space and the package's name. So here we have called .env space, then express space, JSON wrap token, bcrypt, then course, then mongoose, multer, and I want nodemon. So let's pass all these packages for the time being. If I go, let's paste so npm I, it means I want to install all these packages inside this Node.js APIs. So before installing these packages, if I go and open this package.json, so we can see right now we don't have any dependencies object. Now let's go, hit enter, installation is started. And successfully, once the installation will be completed, if I again go to package.json, and now we can see here we have a dependencies object, and look at here all those packages what basically we have installed by using our npm command. Now after this, I want one more package also must be installed, and that will be called nodemon. But this time this package I want should be a dev dependency. So let's go back to project terminal, npm install or simply I, then after save dev as a flag, and then the package name called nodemon. Hit enter, and successfully, as we can see that nodemon also installed. If I go to verify, and now we can see this is a div dependency, and here we have nodemon. So successfully, now as per the discussion so far, all the packages what basically we need for this REST API development course now successfully installed into this project folder. Now then after, let's create a file, and that will be our root file of this application, and I will call it as, let's say, server.js. And here let's go first inside this package.json. Inside this, let's say instead of index, it will be server.js. And instead of test command inside this script object, let's remove, let's pass dev. And this will be, let's say, nodemon, it will be server.js. So to verify, if I go here, let's say console.log, hello, Node.js APIs. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to project terminal. And here, if I type the command call, that is npm run dev, let's go back to project terminal. So if I type npm run dev, behind the scene, it will hit this command, and automatically it will run this command called nodemon server.js. And inside our console tab, inside our console, this message will be logged. So if I go here, let's hit enter, and now we can see hello Node.js APIs. So this is all about very basic concept that how to set up a node application into a local system. Now then after, so instead of doing something like this, we want much more things to start or begin with this REST API development course. Now first thing first, I'll discuss the pattern of folders and files, what basically we have to follow to create these REST APIs. So inside this application, I'll create a folder first inside this project folder, and that will be called routes. And inside this folder, I want to create two files that is going to handle our authenticated routes and post related routes. So here, if I talk about the file name, so it will be auth.route.js, and inside this file we'll have the routes. Let's go and type here. It will contain the route of register user API, login user API, then profile and logout. And we need one more route file inside this routes folder, and that is for post.route.js. And inside this file, I'll create the route, let's say add post, then after, let's say list post. Then after it will be update post, and while calling update post, also we have to pass the post ID as a dynamic parameter into URL. And finally, we will see a concept of delete post. And inside this delete post, also we have to pass dynamic post ID. If I talk about the methods type, so it will be post request type, it will be post request type, it will be get request type, and get request type. But before calling these two API routes, token will be needed, and this token will generate from this login API. Now, if I will copy, let's put here because these two API routes are protected API routes. Now, into same pattern, all these routes of this post.route.js also we need a token while calling any of these API routes. Now, first, if I talk about the methods type, so it will be post request type, it will be get request type, it will be put request type, and it will be delete request type. But if I talk about the authorization, so all these APIs before calling, we want a valid token. So successfully into this folder structure, this folder I will create first. So let's go here. I'll create call routes, and inside this folder I'll create two file. Let's copy, go here. I have created our first file. Let's copy, go here, and second file. Now let's close these files first. Now after creating routes folder, let's create one more folder into this project setup, and I will call it as controllers. Now this folder is very important because inside this folder I'll create two files, and those files will handle actually all the logical concept of all these specific routes. So I will go into this folder, and let's first, if I go and type, so we have created controllers folder, and into this controllers folder I want two files, that is auth dot controller dot js, and then after post.controller.js. So this file basically handles all the logical concept of this register user API, login user API, profile user API, and logout API. So in the same pattern, this post.controller.js, this file or this controller will handles all the logical concept or all the functionalities of this add post API, list post API, update post API, and delete post API. So let's copy this file name. Then I will go to this controllers folder. I have created our first file. Let's copy, go here, and create this file. Now, after this controllers folder, then we have to create a folder called models. This folder is also important because inside this folder, we have to create two model files, and model files are nothing. By the help of these files, basically, we have to create the schema of our table. So let's go here. So after controllers folder, then after we have created one more folder called models, and inside this, I will create, let's say, auth, or we may say, let's say, user dot model dot js, and by the help of this user dot model dot js we'll create a table schema of user into our database. And then after, I need one more model file, and that is called post dot model dot js. So let's copy. And one more thing, if I talk about the schema structure, so inside users table, I want the column as like by default ID of Mongoose, like MongoDB database, that is called underscore ID. Now along with this ID, I want the name, email, password, and gender. So this is all about the user table schema. Now, if I talk about this post, so it will contain that is underscore ID, the MongoDB database identifier. So along with this underscore ID, we want title, let's say content, status, and user ID. It means which user has created a specific post. So let's copy this first file name. Then I'll go to this models folder, created this file. Let's copy and created this file. Now, after controllers, after models and routes, now I need two more folders, and that is first called middlewares. Now inside this middlewares folder, I have to create two files, that is auth middleware and upload middleware. So if I talk about auth middleware, so by using that middleware, simply we have to add a concept which takes a valid token value before calling all these authenticated API routes. And also we need one more file inside this folder, and that is upload middleware. And that middleware is simply is going to help to upload our file into this application using multiple package. So let's go inside this middlewares folder and create a first file, that is auth.middleware.js, and one more file we need, that is called upload.middleware.js. So here we have like multiple folders called controllers, middlewares, models, and routes. And finally, we need one more folder, and that is called uploads. Because inside this API development concept also will discuss the file-based concept. It means file upload concept. So whenever if I upload any file or any image, that file or image will be uploaded inside this uploads folder. And one more thing, like a file we need called .env. So whenever if I try to pass or if I try to use some global environment variables, those variables I'll define inside this .env. And by using .env package, what basically we have installed into this application, simply we can get inside any of the file. So these are the folders and files what basically we have organized to create our REST APIs concept. Now first thing first, to start with the process to create REST APIs, I will open .env, and inside this .env, I'll create some environment variables. So first I will call it say port equals to 3000. It simply means that whenever if I create a server, that server will listen all requests at this port called 3000. Now then after, I'll use a variable called MongoDB underscore URI. And one more thing, inside this complete course, we'll use the desktop version of MongoDB, and that will be MongoDB Compass. So for MongoDB URI, let's go into our MongoDB Compass, and here either we can use our existing connection like after connecting, or even we can create our new connection. So how to create new connection? So we can see here we have a plus icon. It is saying add new connection. Let's click on this plus icon. Now this is all about our MongoDB URI. It means the connection string to connect with this MongoDB. So let's copy, and here I will simply call, let's say, Node.js APIs. Click on this save and connect. Now a new connection has been created. Now if suppose if we didn't copy the connection string value from that model, so also let's click on this three dot icon or button, and also we can see copy connection string. So whenever if I click, now we can see copy to clipboard. Let's go inside our editor, and inside MongoDB URI, let's say equals to, and this is our connection string. Wait for the time. Like right now, we are connected only with the MongoDB Compass, but we didn't create any database. So to create a database, it's very simple. Just pass your database name here, and I will call it as, let's say, Node.js APIs. Now automatically, when we go and run like any command over these models, so automatically these models and the table structure, their schema automatically gets created over this database inside this URI. Now then after, I need one more variable here, and that is, let's say, JWT secret. Now inside this, for the time being, let's say this is my secret value. So successfully inside this .env, here we have three environment variable files, that is port, MongoDB URI, and JWT secret. Now let's close first all these files. Now let's open server.js. Let's remove this console.log, and here I will import first all the packages what basically we need or install into this application. So const, I will first say let's express require, and it will be express, and then after const mongoose equals to require, and it will be mongoose. Now then after const dot env equals to require, and here .env. Now one more thing I will add here, that if suppose we write this .env and after that let's say .env.config .config, so automatically what we have all those variables inside this .env file like port, MongoDB URI, JWT secret. Now I will be able to use these variables inside this server.js. So if I want to use inside any of the file, for example, inside auth middleware.js, simply we have to write this line of code called .env and then .env.config. This is not only the single option. If I let's remove, we have one more syntax. So at the topmost, let's say at line number 1, simply require then .env and then config. Automatically, if I write this line of code, so simply now I will be able to use this port MongoDB UI JWT secret inside this server.js file. So I will go with this syntax. Now then after, let's say const course equals to require, and then after let's say codes. Now then after let's say const bcrypt equals to require, and it will be bcrypt, or even we can use this bcrypt package inside our controller called auth middleware, because inside this auth middleware will handle the functionality of registration and login user API. After this course we want let's say const path, and I will use a core module of node application, and that will be let's say require, and this is path. Now after this let's say const app equals to express. Now then after let's say const port equals to, so here if I want to read the port value from this .env, so it will be process .env port. Now this is the variable what we have taken here. Let's say that if it is not available inside .env, so I want to use a default port process.env.port, the default value let's say 5000. Now then after let's say app.listen, and here let's pass the port value. Then we'll have a callback function, and inside this let's say console.log, and inside here let's say server is running at localhost, and the port we have, if I pass let's say the port, and it will be 3000. So if I save these changes, let's go back to terminal, and if I go, let's first close this running server, and if I again type let's npm run dev, and now we can see server is running at localhost 3000 port. Now if I test a route, so let's go here, so app.get, let's say for the welcome page request and response, and here for the time being let's say response.send, it will be let's say this is a welcome message. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to browser, and here if I type localhost 3000 port, hit enter, and now you can see this is a welcome message. Now after this let's go back to VS Code. So this is our welcome message. Now I will make use of some middleware. So app.use, first I will use our course middleware, then after app.use express.json, and this is what basically we are using to read the body JSON parameter whenever if we pass inside our APIs. For example, while calling register user API, login user API, whenever if I pass body JSON parameter, so by using this line of code, simply we can get all those data. Now then after I'll use like app.use uploads folder, because as we know that inside this folder structure here we have the uploads folder, and this uploads folder basically we have to upload all the files into it. So app.use uploads, then after express dot static, and here let's say path dot join and inside here double underscore dir name, and I will concatenate with this uploads folder. Now let's add some comment lines. So here I will write, let's say, middlewares. This will be our welcome route and not welcome routes, welcome route, and this is only to listen. Now let's work with this mongoose to connect with our database. So after maybe this welcome route, let's say connect to database. Now here, I'll make use of this mongoose. Then I will call this connect method. And here, let's copy this MongoDB URI. And inside here, let's say process.env.mongodb URI. Now this method will turn a promise. So here, I will call this then block. So if everything is okay, so in return, simply let's say console.log, and here let's say database connected. Otherwise, in case of any error, simply I will go inside this catch block. Simply we have to get first that error and let's say console.log, and I will call it as let's say failed to connect with database. Now, if I save these changes, so automatically NodeMon will restart our server. Now, if I go back to terminal, and now we can see database connected. Now, let me show you one more thing. As we can see that right now, database connected, but here, if I do any mistake, for example, it says .env, let's change this port something to a dummy value, save these changes, save these files. So automatically the NodeMon restarted the server. And if I go and now we can see failed to connect with this database. If I see the exact error, let's go here, copy this error, and simply if I will concatenate here, concatenate, save this file, go back to terminal again, and now we can see failed to connect with the database. Mongo runtime error unable to parse this localhost with this URL. So this is how we can work with the Mongoose and this promise based block. Let's do or undo all the changes. Let's undo this one as well. Now save this file. Save this file. If I go here and now we can see database connected. Now in the next task, we have to work over this models folder so that we can create first the table schema of this users model and this post model. Now first I'll create the users schema on the basis of user.model.js. So instead of this file, let's open this one and here let's say const mongoose equals to require and let's call our mongoose package. Then after const let's say user schema equals to new, let's say mongoose.schema, and inside it let's pass an object, and inside this object we have to pass the column names. So inside users table I want the columns as name, then email, then password, and gender. And one more thing, apart from this column name, also we have to tell that what type of value we want all these properties. So for this name, I want a string value. For email, also we want a string value. But what the email we enter for any specific user should be unique to our table. It means whenever if I use an email for a user, that email will not be used for any other user. So inside here, let's pass an object. So it will be type equals to a string but the property called unique equals to true. Now this password will also contain a string value and gender is also going to contain the string value. After creating user schema, let's say module dot exports equals to mongoose dot model, and here the model name will be called user, and here let's pass user schema. So this is all done with this user.model.js. Let's go and open our post model.js. So here let's say const mongoose equals to require and it will be called mongoose. Now then after let's say const post schema equals to mongoose dot schema, and inside it let's pass an object, and inside this remember we want inside post schema as title, then content, status, and we want user ID. Now after passing our column properties, now let's pass a data type. So title will contain the string value, content is also going to contain the string value, status, it is also going to contain the string value, but this time we'll have a set of defined values. So enum, either post will be in draft mode or it will be in published mode. But if I talk about the default value, so whenever if I create any post, the default value will be published mode. And here the user ID, so type equals to Mongoose. User ID is nothing underscore ID of users table. So this is type of reference of users table. So Mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and here ref, which is a reference of our user model. And one more thing, if I go back to our user model.js, so here instead of passing gender, which is a string, also we can do type equals to a string. And here let's say enum, I can pass either male value, female, and other. Like this is a type of defined set of values for this gender. And here default value, let's pass male. Save these changes. Now let's go inside post model.js, and here let's say module dot exports equals to mongoose dot model, and here let's say post, and it will be post schema. Now save all these changes. Now then after, let's go back to controllers folder. I'll then open auth controller.js. Now as we know that by the help of this file, we have to handle the functionalities of registration user API, login user API, profile user API, and logout user API. So for the time being, I will only create the method skeleton. So here inside this auth controller.js, let's say const register, and inside this function, let's pass request and response arrow function. And here, for the time being, I will call response.json. And inside here, let's say status equals to true, message equals to this is register user API. Now save these changes. Now then after const, let's say login, and inside this, let's pass our request and response object. And here, let's say response.json, and inside this object, let's say status equals to true, and message equals to this is login user API. Now in the same way, let's copy this method signature, paste here, paste here. This is for profile, and this is for logout. And here, let's say this is logout user API, and this will be for profile user API. Now here we have register, login, profile, and logout. So here, what I will do, module.exports into this object, let's simply pass register, then login, and then after profile, and here we'll have logout. Save these changes. Now let's open post.controller.js, and here let's say const add post equals to request object. Then we have response object, arrow function, and here let's copy for the time being this response.json and paste here. So this will be our add post API. Now let's copy, paste here. This will be for list posts, and here list posts API. Now this will be for update post, and this is date post API. And finally here we have, let's say, delete post, and this will be for delete post API. Now after creating all these methods, let's say add post, list post, update post, and delete post, add final module.exports, and into this object, let's add post, then after list post, and here update post, and finally delete post. Now, after this, into next step, we have to create APIs routes. So it's very simple. Let's go into routes folder. So first I'll create the APIs routes of, let's say, authentication like register user API, login user API, profile user API, and logout user API. So from this routes folder, let's open this auth.route.js. Now here, let's say const express equals to require, and it will be express. Now then after, let's create our router instance. So const router equals to express dot router. Now here, to create our APIs routes, also we need the method, and those methods will come from this auth controller, because for register user API, this is the function. For login user API, this will be the function. So all these functions also we have exported from this controller file. So here, let's say const auth controller equals to require. We have to go first into controllers folder, and from controllers folder, let's add auth controller. So I'll create first our register API. So it will be router, the instance, and this function I will call using post request type. So it will be router.post, and inside this first argument, we have to pass the API path. So I will say, let's say register. Now then after, we have to attach the function. So auth controller, and from this auth controller, the function we use called register. So let's copy dot and just paste here. Now in the same pattern, for login API, it will be called router. Also, I will use post request type. The API path will be, let's say, /login, and this will come from auth controller dot login. Now, then after profile API, so it will be router, and this time I will call this profile API using get request type. So it will be get function, and the path will be called profile, and it will come from auth controller dot profile. And finally, for logout API, so it will be router dot get, and here the path will be logout, and it will be auth controller dot logout. And at last, what we have to do, module dot exports equals to router. So here, this is all about the configuration of APIs routes of authentication for this file called auth.route.js. One bonus point I will discuss here, that instead of directly calling this auth controller, it means all these functions, what we have exported from this controller file now is inside this auth controller. So it's an object. Now also we can destructure, like if I go, let's comment this line. So in alternative option, what I will do, let's say const. First I will require our controller file, and it will be auth controller. Now, as I told you, like it's an object, because here we are exporting an object. So also we can destructure. So inside this, I can directly use call register, then login, then profile, and logout. Now here, what changes we have to do? So if I go, let's comment. So this time, instead of auth controller dot register, it will be register. Now let's copy. I will copy, and then after, let's comment out, or comment this line of code, comment this line of code, and comment this one. Now instead of calling auth controller dot login, now this will be only login. Now here, it will be only called profile, and it will be only logout. So successfully, this is the another way to create our APIs routes. Now then after, what I will do, I will go to the main root file, that is called server.js, and here we have to first include this auth.route.js inside the server.js. So let's say const, and if I say it's auth routes equals to require. So we have to go into routes folder, and then after we have to include call auth.route. Now, after including this auth routes, let's add one more line of code here, that is app.use, and inside this first argument, I will pass a value called API, means /API /v1 /auth, and inside the second argument, let's pass auth routes. Now, if you are wondering that what is the meaning of this line of code, so let's explain. So if I go first into this .env, so whenever if I start the development server of this application of this project, so it will start at this port called 3000. So the URL will be, if I talk about first the base URL, so it will be something called localhost port 3000. Now, if I talk about that, what is the API URL of this register? So it will be called localhost 3000 forward slash, and this is the route we are using. So let's copy, put here like /API /v1 /auth, and then after for register, we have to look over these auth routes. Now, if I go and open these auth routes, and now we can see to call, here we have a path called /register. So simply let's copy, and here after this auth, this is the complete path of this register API. Now, if I talk about our login API, so it will be something called localhost 3000 port, and then here what the path we are using, so it is API, then v1, it means let's say the versioning v1 API like version number 1 /auth /login, and this login is coming from this path. Now successfully, now this is the way that how to create our API routes inside Node and Express application. Now let's remove all these things because this is only for understanding. Now after this, let's test our APIs, that how basically we execute our first API route, that is something called register, and for the time being inside this register function, we are simply returning a response, that is this is register user API. Now after this, we have to test our APIs endpoints. So to test APIs endpoints, here we have multiple softwares. Either we can use Postman, REST API client, or in fact we can use a VS Code extension called Thunder Client. So first, if I talk about the VS Code extension, so let's go into this plugin installer, and if I search here, let's say Thunder, so automatically it will suggest an extension called Thunder Client. So it has a free version as well as a pro version. So inside this free version, there is some limitation. Whenever if I upload any file to an API, so that file will not upload into free version. So inside this API course, as we know that also we have some APIs where we upload our files. So in this course, I will not use this Thunder client. Instead, I'll use Postman. So inside this Postman, what I will do, let's go inside this collection. Click on this plus icon to create a new collection. So blank collection. So first I'll give a collection name. Let's say YT Node.js APIs. Now successfully we have created our collection. Now into this collection, let's create our first request of register user API. So click on these three dots, click on add request, and inside here, first I'll create register user API. Now here inside this we have to select a request type, and then after the API URL. And now to get the project URL, let's go back to VS Code. First we have to start the development server. Let's go back to project terminal, and here if I type node and the main file, that is entry file called server.js, hit enter. Now as you can see, server is running at localhost 3000 port, and additionally database is also now connected. Let's go back to browser, and if I go, let's reload, and now you can see this is welcome message. Now let's copy this localhost 3000 port, go into this Postman. So inside this first request, I will select, let's say, post request. Now after this, remember after this project URL, if I talk about, let's go and open this server.js. So here we have the path called API v1 auth. So I will copy this one first, paste here. So localhost 3000 port /API /v1 /auth. And then after, remember, we have to pass register. Click on this send button. And now we can see into response here we have a status equals to true, and this is register user API. Now let's create one more request into this collection. So click on this three dots, add request, and this time I'll create, let's say, login user API. Now if I go, let's copy this URL and put here instead register. This time it will be login. Go and select post request method. Click on send button. And now we can see this is login user API. So successfully, now this is step by step how we have created a controller file where we have all the logical functions. Then here next, here we have the route file, here we have the API's routes, and finally, by the help of these two files, now we have configured into this main file called server.js. And one more thing, let's go and open this auth controller, and inside this register function response, let's change some message, and I will call it as this is an API endpoint for register user API. Now I want that whenever if any user call this function, so automatically this message will be returned. Let's go back to Postman. Then I'll go to this register user API, click on this send button, and now you can see again here we have the old message. Now if you are wondering that obviously here we have updated the new message, so why actually it is not coming inside this response? And it's because what the changes we did here, now server is not getting all those changes. So what we can do, either we can go here and we have to restart. So Control C to close the development server. Again, we have to hit node server.js. Now this time server restarted. Now if I go click on the send button, and now we can see this is the updated message. Now the question is, if suppose we are doing multiple changes inside application, so each time we have to start our development server. So the answer will be no, because remember, already we have installed a package called NodeMon. Let's go back to VS Code, and here inside this package.json, if I see inside this div dependencies, here we have NodeMon. Now, what we can do here is instead of calling node server.js, we can use npm rundev. Remember, div is a custom script what basically we have registered, and behind the scene, this script is running node-mon server.js. Let's go back to project terminal. Then I will stop this development server. So instead of calling node server.js, now I will call npm run tab, hit enter. Now we can see server started. So if I go click on this register, click on send button, it is working. Now if I go, let's change message. Let's add -2, save these changes automatically. Server has restarted as we can see. And if I go click on send button, and now we can see API -2. Now this concept, now we have discussed about two times that what is the use of NodeMon inside this Node application. So inside this register function, let's update this message, and I will say user register API. So successfully, now we completed all about the basic settings of authentication module of these APIs. Now let's go and open all about post.route.js. Now inside this route file, let's say const express equals to require, and it will be express. Now then after, let's say const router equals to express dot router. Now here we have to bind all about the logical methods from this post controller, that is add post, list posts, update post, and delete post. Let's go inside this route file. So here, let's say post routes, not post route. It will be post controller, and it will be require. We have to first go inside controllers folder, and it will be post controller. Now then after, so this is for add post. So router dot post method, and here the first value will be the API path. So it will be, let's say, add hyphen post. Now inside this, let's say post controller, and I will call add post method. Now then after, let's say list post. So it will be router dot get method, and it will be say list hyphen post. Now then after post controller, and from post controller I'll call this function called list post. Now then after, here we have update post. So router dot get, and if I talk about update post, so it will be update hyphen post, and here it will be post controller dot update post. And remember, also while calling this API call update post, also we have to pass the post ID into URL. So inside this URL path, what I will do after this update post forward slash colon, let's say ID. So this is a placeholder. This placeholder means that while calling this API, we have to pass a post ID. And one more thing, that this ID is not a keyword. In case if you want to change the name from ID, also you can do like post ID. Now this value we can access if I go to post controller, for example inside update post. So we can access that value called const, let's say post ID equals to, this is from request dot params dot what the value we have passed called post ID. So it will be something request dot params dot post ID. If I pass, for example, here it will be ID. So in that case, it will be request dot params dot ID. Now this is the way that how to pass the dynamic value and how to get the dynamic value. So here I am passing ID. Now then after I'll create one more route. This is for delete post. So route, and one more thing, I did a mistake here that while calling this update post, we have to use get request type. I'll use put request type. Now for delete method, so router, then delete, it will be delete hyphen post. Also we have to pass the post ID, and inside the second argument, it will be post controller and delete post. Now successfully, this is all about the API specification for post module. Now let's go inside server.js. We have to register. So first I will call, let's say const post routes equals to require. So we have to go into routes folder, and then after it will be post.route. Now after including this post routes, let's copy. Then I will add one more line of code, that is app.use forward slash API forward slash v1 forward slash post, and into the second argument it will be post routes. Now if you are wondering that what is the URL, for example, let's say for this add post, it's very simple. It will be called localhost 3000, and if I talk about the API prefix, so it will be API v1 post. Let's copy paste here, and for example for this add post, if I go and copy and paste, so this is the complete URL to call this function called add post. Now let's do a quick unit testing. So just remove, go to postman. I think server has restarted. Let's go to terminal to verify. And okay, here we have some error. And the error, I think, if I go to server.js, we have added this one post.route. So if I go and okay, actually we forgot, that is module.exports, which is very important, and it will be router. Now save this file. If I go, and now we can see server restarted and connected with the database. So let's go back to Postman. If I copy this URL, open a new tab, or if I go to collection, click on these three dots, add request, and I will call this request, let's say, add post API. Now I have to select post request method from this drop down, and instead of auth, this time it will be post forward slash add hyphen post. Click on send button, and now we can see this is add post API. So successfully now I think I have done all the basic settings to create controller, to create model and to create all about the basic routes. Now, after all these basic things, now we have to start on the actual implementation. If I talk about authentication, so we have to start on the functions like register, login, profile, and logout. And then after, we'll discuss the concept of post functions. Right now, as we can see that only we have a simplest response that how to return from that function. So first I will start from this register function, like how to pass the data while calling our register user API and how to get the data into this function so that I'll create a new user and by the help of this user model, how to save inside MongoDB. So inside this auth controller, and one more thing, let's close first all these files. Now here we have only like user model and auth controller. Now inside this auth controller, first I will call this user model import here. So we have exported this model called user. So it will be const user, let's say require. So we have to go into models folder and then we have to include user model. Next, inside this register function, we can see that inside this method signature, here we have two parameters, that is request parameter and response parameter. Let me tell you that these are not the normal parameters. Instead, it's a request object and response object. Now, if you are wondering that what is the use of this request object and response object, so while calling this function register or while calling this API, if I pass our data inside request body, inside form data, even inside our query string, all those values we can easily access inside this function by using this first object, that is request object. So that's why this request and response object is common to every signature of all these functions. Now, if I talk about this response, so I want something output format or the response of this API from this function. So simply by using this response object, we can send our API response to client. So in this function, we have used the JSON method from this object to return a JSON response to client with two properties called status equals to true and message user register API. Now first, if I go and type console.log, if I print this request, let's go to Postman and here inside this register user API, if I go back to terminal, it's okay, all is running. Now if I go click on send button, remember we are calling this API and inside this function, here we have console.log request object. Now, if I go click on send button, now if I go here we have the response. Now, if I go and now we can check that inside our request object, here we have multiple things attached. And these things are very important if we want to parse, if we want to read our request. And in the same way, if I go and do some experiment by using this res, save these changes. Now again, if I go first, let's go here, close this development server. Let's start one more time. So npm run dev, click on the send button of this register, successfully executed. Now if I go and now we can see our response object is also containing lots of properties, lots of function, lots of things which is really very important while handling our response. So now after this I will do one more thing. Instead of console.log response object, now this time I will log request object dot body. Now this line simply means that whenever if I call this function, if I call this API, whenever if I pass the body parameters, those parameters will be read from this request object and will be printed into our console. Save these changes. Let's go back to Postman. And while calling this register user API, here we have a body tab. Click on it. Then here we have the raw. Just select, click on this JSON from this drop down and inside this body, whenever, for example, if I pass the data, this is my name, then let's pass one more value. This is dummy email. Now after passing all this data, click on send button. Remember, After calling this API will hit this function, and this function will log all the body parameters into console. So here, click on the send button. Now user register API, here we have the successful response. Let's go inside terminal. And now we can see here we have the output, that is name. This is the name and this is the email value. Remember, these are the values what basically we have passed into body tab into JSON format. Now this is the way that how to read the body parameter values from request object. Now one more thing, let's say that I don't want to pass these values inside body, like inside this body, inside this raw, inside this JSON. Instead, I want to pass into form data. So if I pass into form data, let's say name, the same value I am passing here. Now in this we have one more parameter like email. Here we have the dummy email value. Click on send button. If I go to console.log, and now we can see undefined. Now this time we are not able to get or read any data, form data, what basically we have passed while calling our register user API. Now what is the issue? An issue is that if I go to server.js file, and inside the server.js file, here we have a single line of code, that is app.use express.json. So this line of code simply means that right now we are reading only the body JSON values. So if I go, let's comment this line of code. Now if I go to register function, right now it is unchanged. Simply we are getting all about the body values and printing. Let's go back to Postman. So apart from form data, if I go to raw, click on JSON, pass body data, click on Send button, successful response. But if I go back to project terminal, and now we can see here undefined. So simply now right now also we are not able to read the body JSON values, and this is because like we have commented app.use express.json. So this is a middleware which basically telling this application that we're able to read body JSON values. Now what will happen if I want to read the form data? So this will not work. So what to do if I go back to Postman to read form data? Here we have two options, that is form data tab. We have to pass the key value pairs, or the second option we have called XWW form URL encoded. Now if you are wondering that what is the difference between this form URL encoded and what is the difference between with this form data, so let me tell you, whenever if I want to submit any file, any image file, for example, for this course, so in that case, I will prefer this form data, because as we can see here, we have two options while passing any key, that this key supports a text value or a file value. But inside this triple encoded, like triple W form URL encoded, there is no any option to pass like it is a text or it is a file. So for example, if I want to submit a form without having any file data, so in that case, this option will be used. Otherwise, if we are uploading some file data like image data, so in that case, this form data will be used. So let's try first with this one. So what I will do, I will go and use one more middleware, that is called app.use. It is inbuilt inside Express. So Express dot, here we have URL encoded, and inside this we have to pass an object, and simply needs to tell that extended equals to false. It simply means that what the value we are passing inside URL encoded, that is not containing any complex values. Now if I save these changes, now if I go, let's comment this line of code first, and if I go, let's select this one, let's pass some value, the same value I will pass email. Now this time we are using this option called XWW form URL encoded. Here we have some values. Click on send button. Now if I go to terminal, and now we can see undefined. So to read that value, simply we have to use one more middleware, that is called express.url encoded. If I save these changes, again if I go click on send button, successful response. Let's go back to project terminal, and now we can see that name equals to here is the value, and email equals to here is the value. So this is the second option, how to get the data from body. Now in the third option, if suppose I want to pass a file value, I want to pass, for example, a image value inside this form data. So in that case, how to read those values? Because with this approach, if I go past form data, click on send button, if I go to terminal, and now we can see undefined. So how to read form data? So for that already we have used a package inside our project, and that is called multer. If I go inside package.json, here we have used a package called multer. So this is also a package which basically supports form data, because obviously we are passing a profile image file like a post image file. So what I will do for the time being, if I go inside this auth controller, actually we are trying to understand the concept of form data. So if I go for the time being inside this auth controller, let's import multer here, require, and if I pass, let's say multer, let's create one more object called const. I'll say let's upload equals to multer. So simply here we have created an instance. Not inside this file. Let's cut this one. Actually, we have to go inside our route file, that is auth.route.js, and here let's pass here. Now after this, let's copy this upload. Then I will go to this register API endpoint. Inside this second argument, I'll use this upload as a middleware. So upload.single, let's say that I want to upload a single profile photo for each user. So single, and the key name will be, let's say, profile. Now everything has been set. We are using multer as a middleware while uploading form data to this register API endpoint. Let's copy this key, go back to Postman, and inside this register API endpoint, select form data, passing all these data. Now this time I have one more key called profile, and this time inside this profile key, instead of text, I want to upload a file. So instead of text box, now here we have a input type file button. Now this time let's say that I want to upload this one, choose this file. Now here we have like three columns, like three values, name, email, and profile. Now click on send button, submitted. So if I go back to terminal, and now we can see that successfully. Now this time here we have the form data like name and email. Now if you are thinking that where is the file, that what basically we have uploaded inside profile. Okay, so for that what we can do, just go inside auth controller. So instead only request.body, also I will do request.file. Now save these changes. Again, I will go here, click on send button, submit it. If I go back to terminal, and now we can see that here we have the first object, that is request.body, which contains the data like name and email. And here we have the second object, that is request.file. And this file we can see in buffer. So successfully, now we had seen inside this very short description that how to pass the data into this raw, into this JSON, how to get that value inside API, how to get the value inside this URL encoded, and also we understood how to get the data with this form data. So this time inside registration user API, if I talk about the data, what basically we are passing, let's go inside user model. So we want only the name, email, password, and gender. So there is no need of file. So what we can do, either simply all these data, either we can pass into the body JSON, like inside this body JSON, or we can use this triple encoded. So let's say that for the time being, I will use for this register user API all about this raw option. So what we can do, just go here, remove all these things, because this is only for the understanding. So I will remove this multer upload, and also I will remove this upload dot single. Now here inside the server.js, these two lines of code simply means that these two lines are open to read body JSON data as well as from our URL encoded. Now this time let's go inside auth controller. Let's remove this request.file. Now here what to do? It's a const data, or we may say it's a body data equals to request.body. And here inside this response, if I attach, let's say form data, or let's say user, pass here, save these changes. Now if I go click on send button. This is register user API. We are using raw JSON. Click on send button. And now we can see here the name and email. Now, apart from name and email, also we want two values. That is, according to this schema, we want a password and gender. So what to do? If I go here, let's first pass gender. And instead of using this user, let's say user1 at gmail.com. Let's say mail. And here we'll have a password. And this password is, let's say that from 1 to 8. Now, after passing all this data, click on send button. And now we can see here we have all those user data. So what to do next? Simply, we have to call the user model. And by the help of that model, we'll have some methods. And by the help of those methods, we have to save this data into our MongoDB. So what to do? Let's go back to editor. And inside this auth controller, already we have imported our user model. So here, let's say const user object equals to new user model, and inside this I will simply pass the body data. And one more thing, if suppose you are passing some different values inside a JSON, some kind, if I go, let's say that this is not name, it will be something called full name, it will be something called email underscore address. So in that case, what to do? If I go here, instead of passing this body data directly, let's pass an object because the first value will be the key name of schema. So name equals to body data. What we are getting here, so body data dot full name. So in the same way, email equals to body data, like body data dot what we are passing here called email underscore address. Now this is the way if we have the different keys what we are passing into our request body. But here in this case we have the same keys what we are passing. It is matching with this schema like name, email, password and gender. So in that case, instead of passing this object, I simply passed body data. Now then after here, I'll use a wait, then user object dot save method, and here I'm using await, so it will be async. Now inside this register function, by the help of these two lines of code, simply we are taking all the data from body in JSON format, and simply by using save method, we are saving into our database. So save all these changes, and one more thing, I will wrap all these code into try catch block in case if we get any exception. Simply I'll go into first into this try block, then catch block, and in case of any error, I'll go into this catch block. Let's say return response.json. And inside here, let's pass an object status equals to false, and it will be message, and I will pass the complete error message. Otherwise, let's go inside this try block, return response.json status equals to true. And inside this message, let's say that successfully user created. Now save these changes. Let's go back to Postman, and also let's go back to inside our MongoDB. Now here we don't have any database, and also we don't have any table. So what we can do, if I go after passing all these data, let's say name, and here we have the email. So after passing all these data, click on send button. And okay, here we have some errors inside API response, and these errors basically we catched inside catch block. So inside this message, we can see like for the gender column, male is not a valid inner value. So here we have passed male. Let's go first to confirm. Let's go inside user model. So inside gender, the allowed values and okay, actually M here is in a small letter, but inside request, we are passing in capital letter. So the change we have to do only, let's make it small. So after passing all these values, click on send button. So successfully user created. Now to confirm with the MongoDB, let's go and open our MongoDB compass. And inside this connection, if I go, let's click on this refresh button. And now you can see that successfully it has created our database called Node.js APIs. And inside this database, here we have a collection called users. And inside this collection, here we have a document. What basically we have created our first user. Now inside this user, like inside this document, we can see underscore ID, which is auto-generated object ID from MongoDB. And here we have all the informations what basically we passed from request called name, email, password, and gender. Now, one more thing, like as we can see, while registering any user, here we are saving the plain text value into password field. But instead of saving the plain text password value right now inside this collection, inside each of the document, I want a hashed value should be saved for each user. What I mean, if I go create again a new user, let's say user2, and let's say user2 at gmail.com, something, a dummy password again, something like this. Click on send button, user created. If I go, let's click on this reload button of this collection, and now we can see we have one more document of this user2. Now in this also we can see a plain text password. Now instead of plain text password, what user can see, I want that password should be hashed before saving into each of the document. So what we can do here, I'll use a hook. Let's go inside user model, and inside this user model, before creating or before saving our user into document inside collection, I want first the plain text value of password should be hashed. So for that, what I will do, let's say user schema, then I will call a pre-function. So I want to modify my password before save. So into this first argument, let's pass save. And before save, I will call a function, and basically this function is going to manipulate our password. So inside this function, let's pass a parameter called next, and this is not a normal parameter. This will be a function. Now here, before going next, let's update the password. So this will be something called this is modified, and the key, like the password key, so we have called password because into a request, remember, we are using this key called password. So after getting that password, let's go inside this if block. So this dot password, let's update, and I will convert a simple text into a hashed value by using bcrypt. And remember, already we have installed into this application. So const bcrypt, let's say bcrypt. Let's copy this bcrypt, and then here await bcrypt dot hash function, and inside this function let's pass our plain text value, that is this dot password, and we have to pass a salt value. So I will go with the default value, let's pass 10. So I'm using await, so it will be async. So what is happening here, so before save, like here, like before calling this method, that is before save, first it goes here, it takes the password, like password key, it is converting into hashed value, and again it is updating the existing value. Now save these changes. Now once we do all these things, go here and let's create one more user. Let's say user3, let's say female. So if I passing like a plain text value, again click on send button, user created. Now let's go inside our MongoDB, click on reload, and now we can see that this time inside this user3, look at password here. Now this time password is totally encrypted. Now this is here the use of our pre-block, what basically we have implemented to convert a plain text password into a hashed password. Now one more thing, also we can do that, like for example, if any user is registered with this email called user1 at gmail.com. So to create one more user with this email, also we should have a restriction that email already exists. So what we can do, also we need to add a checkpoint before creating any user here. So what to do, let's say const user exists equal to await, so user model, then I will call a method called find one, and then inside this find one, let's pass an object and simply tell if email, like the column of database table, if it is matches, its value matches with the body data dot email, please find that user. So if user exists, let's go and wrap inside this if block. So if user exists, so in that case, what to do? Let's say return response.json, and here it will be status equals to false, and a message, let's say email already been taken. Please try with other email. So this will be the response whenever the user exists with that email value. Now save these changes. Now if I go back to Postman, now let's try user4 with all these data. This email already exists. Click on send button, and now we can see status equals to false. Email already been taken. Please try with other email. So successfully, now we have added one more checkpoint inside this registration API that is all about email existence. Now after this, I also include two interesting things. That is, first one is about HTTP status code, and second, data validation. So if I see here, like inside this response, that is response.json, and here we have some message that is status equals to false and email already been taken. But if I go to Postman, now this is the API we have called. So look at here, the status code is 200. That is okay. Now we can control the code and the message by using a NPM package. So let's say that in this case, I don't want to return, let's say 200. I want to return, let's say 400. How to do that? So for that, I'll use a NPM package that is called HTTP status code. And one more thing, if I go and for example, let's create one more user. So let's pass user number 5, then user number 5, mail, and this is password. Now once we click on the send button, and now we can see successfully user created. But in this case, I want that the status code should be 201. So how to change that? So if I go simply res dot, also we have a method called status. And inside this status, if I type let's say 201, now automatically we'll see like instead of 200, we'll get 201. Now in this case, if I want to change, so it will be called status means res dot status, and it will be 400. If I save these changes, let's go here, click on the send button using same email value, and now we can see 400 batch request. So here we can see that now we also controlled all about our HTTP request code. Now successfully, as we can see that the status code now changed from 200 to 400. Now one more thing, if suppose if I pass this value with capital M, and as we know that let's say user 6, user number 6, so as we know that in this case it will throw an exception, and we are handling using catch block. Now let's click on the send button, and now we can see that inside this is an exception, but here we are getting 200. So how to change that? It's very simple again. If I go inside this, just concatenate response.status and let's say 500. If I save these changes, let's go here, click on this send button again, and now we can see 500 internal server error. Now, one more interesting thing is that instead of controlling this status code, like here by using this status function and passing a status code, you can also manage all these things using an NPM package called HTTP status code. So how to use that? First, let's go back to browser, and if I type HTTP status codes and npm, hit enter. Now this is the package. Click on this package. Now this is all about the documentation. So first we have to install this package to our application, and then after I can use some of the constant, and these constants basically return some value. So let's get started. So first I'll copy this installation command, copied. Let's go back to project terminal, disconnect, and then here npm install http status code. Hit enter. Now we can see that now package has been installed. Let's start development server. Started. Now then after let's go back to VS Code. And for example, if I want to control this status code right here inside this auth controller, so first let's import. So it will be, let's say, http status equals to require, and I want to include call http status codes. Let's copy this http status. Then after, I need to go here inside this status function. So instead of using this static value 400, simply http status, now it will provide lots of constants. So for the time being, let's say that I want to use OK, it means 200. So simply I need to pass OK here. Now after using this OK constant, if I hover, then it seems OK is deprecated. Now the question is then how we can use the correct way of this OK status. So it's very simple. HTTP status, what basically we have imported dot status codes dot, and simply we have to type OK. Now in return it will return 200 the status code. If I save these changes, let's go back to Postman, and here let's pass mail, and if I pass, for example, user number 5, which already exists, click on send button. And now we can see email already been taken, and look at here, the status code is 200. Now, if I go back to documentation, so it's provide lots of like constants. What basically we can use instead of passing the code value, we can use the constant. Now this time, if suppose I want to use, let's say 400, so this is bad request. Let's go back to VS Code. So here it will be http status dot status codes dot, it will be called bad request. Now let's go back inside our catch block, and here instead of passing 500, it will be, let's say, http status dot status codes dot internal server error. Now here instead of this 201, it will be http status dot status codes dot, it will be, let's say, created. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to Postman. So if I pass, for example, in capital M, let's say user number 6, if I pass, now we can see 500. Now let's go and pass small m, click on send button, and now we can see 201. So successfully, now after using one more npm package, now we have control all about http status code. Now let's talk about the importance of data validation. So in this case, we can see that after passing this capital M here, let's pass user number 7, user number 7, click on send button. So we can see that we are seeing the error message, but this error message we are handling from catch block. So what I want that I have to use a data validation concept so that instead of going into catch block, to display our error message, simply I'll go into this try block, and inside this try block, I have to handle all about the data what we're getting from request.body. Now to start with the concept of data validation, we want a package. So here I'll install an NPM package called Joy, which is a most popular NPM package for data validation. So I will install, then configure, and then see that how to validate our request body parameters. So first thing first, let's get started to install. So go back to browser, open a new tab, and if I search for Joy, NPM means JOI. So let's click on this package link. Now here is the command called npm install joy. So first thing first, I will copy this command, code copied, go here, stop this development server. So npm install joy, hit enter. Now successfully, package has been installed. Let's start development server. Started. Then after, I will go to VS Code. And here, let's close all these folders, and at project root, I'll create one more folder called validation. And inside this folder, let's create a file. So first thing first, I want to validate our user data, user model. So here, I'll call it user.validation.js. Now inside this file, let's say const joy, I'll require from joy package, and then after here let's say const user schema validation equals to, I'll use joy dot object, And inside this function, let's pass an object. And inside this, what the data, what the schema I want to validate in terms of key value pairs, I need to pass into this object. So here, I want that this name field is required, email field is required, and password field is required. So what I will do inside this object, let's pass name, email, and password. Now then after, I'll go first with this property. So here, let's say joy dot string. So this field is required. So I'll use required function. And also if I want to restrict, let's say the minimum characters I want for this field, it will be let's say 5 characters, and the maximum value for this field I want let's say 30 characters dot. And also if I want to control the error messages, also we can control that. So to control all about validation error messages, here let's concatenate one more function that is called messages. And inside this messages, just pass an object, and inside this object each rule like string, required, mean and max, we need to pass each value messages. So here first I will use string dot empty. It means in case of empty value, I will tell let's say full name is required. Now in the next, let's say that string dot mean, and then inside this string dot mean, let's say minimum value of name must be of 5 characters. Now if I copy paste here, so string dot max, and here it will be maximum value of name must be of 30 characters. Now for required message, so it will be any dot required, and in this case let's say full name is required. Now in the same way for email, let's say here joy dot string, so this field is also required, and also this will be of a valid email value. So here messages, and inside this messages it will be first let's any dot required, so it will be email value, email value is required. This is for required validation message. Then after it will be let's say string dot empty. If the key is present but the value is empty, so in that case let's say email value is required. Now in the next, also here let's say string dot email. In case of invalid email value, let's say please pass, or email value is not a valid email pattern. Now save these changes. Now for the password, it will be joy dot string. It is required, and also we can put the minimum length, let's say of 5 characters dot messages. Just go into it, and here let's say first any dot required, it will be password is required, not triple s, it will be double s. So password is required, then string dot empty, again it will be password is required. Then after for string dot mean, it will be minimum value of password is of 5 characters. Now save these changes. So after doing all these things, copy this user schema validation, and then here module.exports equals to, and I will simply pass it here. Now save these changes. Just go into this auth controller, and here let's say const. I'll simply destructure. So let's copy user schema validation, and this will come from, let's say require, and it will come from validation forward slash user validation. Now let's copy. So I have copied this schema user validation, and then after getting this body data, simply let's say const. In case of any error, it will be like user schema validation dot validate method, and inside here I will pass request dot body. Now after getting any error, simply here if error, I'll go then into this if block and it will be, let's say, return dot status, and inside this status it will be http status dot status codes dot, let's say, internal server error, and then dot json, and inside this let's pass status equals to false, and here let's say message equals to error. Now if I save these changes, so successfully here we have implemented the concept of data validation, and then after it will be to check email existence or email exists. Now then after here we are creating user, so create a new user. Now if I save these changes to check the data validation, go back to Postman, and here if I don't want to pass, let's the email value, I have only passed the name, click on set button, and now we can see email values required. So in this case, we can see that inside this message, we are getting an object, and inside this here we have the first case original, and here we have details. Now I want to get only this message, like this message only I want. So what we have to do, I have to go into this object, then after I have to go into this details, and from this details, I have to read this first object dot message. Let's go here, so instead of getting this complete error, I want error dot details first object dot message. If I save these changes, let's go click on send button, and now we can see email values is required, not values. It will be email value is required. And also inside this user schema validation, we can add one more property that is called gender. So after this password property, let's add it. So gender JOI dot string dot valid. So as we know that for gender property, we have a set of values. So if I go to user model, here we have that. So let's copy, go here inside this valid function and put here. And also this is required. Now let's concatenate with this messages, and inside this messages first it will be any dot only. It means whenever if user will pass the gender value, the allowed values either will be male, female, and other. So here gender value must match either with male, female, and other. Now next, any dot required, it means this is also required field. So here, let's say gender is required. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to Postman. So here, let's click on send button, email values required. Now then after, let's pass email. So here, user7 at gmail.com, click on send button, password is required. Let's pass a password value. So if I pass, for example, 123, but remember, we have a validation of minimum of 5 characters. Click on send button. So we can see minimum value of password is of 5 characters. So let's pass a valid value then. Click on send button. Now you can see gender is required. So if I pass here, let's say gender, and if I pass something like this, which is not a allowed value, click on send button, and now you can see gender value must match either, not whether, it will be either with male, female, and other. Now let's go and change that. Click on send button. Now successfully, as we can see, 201 user created. Now if I go back to our database, let's reload. Now at last we can see user 7. Let's go view, click on zoom in, zoom in. So here we can see user number 7, user7 at gmail.com, gender, and this is encrypted hashed value. Now successfully, this is all about the concept of registration function, registration user API, where we have implemented lots of concept including data validation, all about HTTP status code, email existence check, and finally, by using model, how to create our data and save inside our database. Now let's get started to our next API, and that is of user login. So for user login, we have to pass inside our body called email and password. So inside this login function, first I will go and use try catch block. In case of any error, just go into it. So return res dot status, and inside here http status dot status codes dot internal server error dot json, and it will be status equals to false, and here message equals to error. So this is all about catch block. Let's remove this response.json from bottom. Then I will go to the stripe block, and here first I will destructure, because as we know, while calling login API we have to pass the email and password. So email and password. Now all these values will come from request.body. Now then after getting this value, what to do? First we have to check that if this user email, like what we are passing, this email exists inside our database. So how to check? It's very simple, by using find one function. So it will be, let's say, const user exists equals to, or wait, it will be user model dot find one find one, and into this function let's pass an object email equals to email. And as we are using await, so this function will be async. And one more thing, as we can see that the database key is also matches with this key what we are passing inside request body. So instead of passing two times, what we can do, just we can pass email. Now save these changes. So here, if user exists, it means user exists inside our database. Then we have to go for password validation. Otherwise, let's go inside this else block. If user does not exist, so return, it will be response.status. It will be something called http status dot status codes dot not found dot json, and inside here let's say status equals to false, and message will be, let's say, user email not found. Now save these changes. Then I will go to this user exist, and here we have some typo error. So let's copy, put it here. Now in this if block, now we have to match our password. So what to do? I'll use the bcrypt package. So at the top, let's import first. So const, it will be bcrypt require, and it will be bcrypt. Then after, let's copy, go here inside this if block, and it will be, let's say, const is match equals to, our use bcrypt package, and from this package I will call the compare function, and inside this function we have to pass two arguments. Look at the first value. This first value is the plain text password what we are passing into request body. So let's copy, pass here into this first argument value. Into second we have to pass the hashed value, and remember, the hashed value we are saving into document of user inside MongoDB. So simply let's copy this user access dot password. Now here let's use if block. So if password did not match with any user inside documents, what to do? Return response dot status. It will be http status dot status codes. And if I go to browser, and here like 401, that is unauthorized, let's copy, go here. So it will be unauthorized dot json, and inside this message let's say status equals to false, and message will be, let's say, invalid credentials. Now otherwise, if email accessed, password also matches, so in that case let's generate a token value. So here I'll generate a token value, and that token will be nothing. It's a JWT token value. And then after, let's say return response dot status, and here it will be http status dot status codes dot OK dot JSON, and inside this JSON, let's say status equals to true, message equals to user logged in, user logged in, and here token equals to token. Now we have the same key here and here, so we can write something like this. Now the next concept, that how to generate our JW token value. So to generate that, what I will do, I'll create one more folder and let's call it as helpers or simply helper. Now inside this helper, I'll create a file and let's say application, or maybe something, let's say auth.helper.js. Now inside this, first I will import our JSON web token package. So it will be const, let's say JWT equals to require, and it will be JSON web token. Now then after, I'll create a function, let's say generate token equals to, and this will be a function, and inside this function I will pass the user data. Now after taking user data, this function will return a signed token value, so it will be returned then JWT, what basically we have imported here, dot a sign function, and inside this sign function we have to pass some values. So the first value will be the payload where we can store the user data, and second it will take the secret key what basically we have saved inside this .env file, and third one is nothing all about additional options. So into this first argument, let's pass id. I want to store the user ID. So here inside this function, I am passing the user data, and from that user data, I will take the underscore ID. So for the time being, if you have no idea about that, what basically this underscore ID, so leave for now because I will explain this concept into a different way. Now, after passing this first object like payload information, then we have to get the secret key which is inside this .env file like inside this JWT secret. Let's copy this constant, close this file, and to include that, first here at the topmost line, let's say require, it will be .env dot config. So after inclusion of this line of code simply into the second argument of this sign function, it will be process.env dot jwt secret, and inside this third argument we can pass some additional options. For example, I want that what the token we are generating, this token will be valid for 7 days. So here we'll have a key called expires in, and into this I want that it will be valid for 7 days. Now successfully, after passing all these data, now this generate token function will take user data and it will generate a token value. Now finally, let's copy this function module.exports, and it will be generate token. So let's go into this auth controller, and here first I will include, let's say const destructure equals to require, and into this require, first we have to go into our helper, and then we have to include auth helper. And from this auth helper, I will take the help of this generate token. So simply let's copy and put here. Now save these changes. Let's copy this generate token. And if I go to login API, here, and inside this generate token we have to pass the user data, and user data is nothing. Here we have the user access to what basically we found on the basis of this email value. Now let's copy this user access and just pass here. Now once we pass, automatically this user access will return also underscore id. Now by taking all these data, it will generate a token value. Now save all these concepts, all these things. Let's go back to postman. Now then I will copy, go to login API, and into this login API, here we have the API endpoint as localhost 3000 API v1 auth login, and then after let's go inside body, inside raw select JSON, and inside here we have to pass the email. So for the time being, let's pass something a dummy email value which does not exist, and password is something a dummy value. So if I click send button, and now we can see user email not found. So what I will do, I will pass this user number 7. Let's copy it exists into our database. So if I pass, but the password is invalid, click on send button. Now we can see invalid credentials, and this message is coming whenever the password didn't match. Now let's copy a valid password like 128. I just copied, put here. Now this time, while calling this login API, we are passing a valid email and valid password. Click on send button, and inside this token value, we have stored the informations of user ID and expires in. So successfully, now we completed two APIs, that is register user API and user login API. Now in the next concept, we have to see that how to create a protected API, that is called profile API. So before going further to profile API, now first thing first, also we have to understand the concept of middleware, because as we know, profile API is protected. Before calling that API, also we have to pass a valid token value into header. What I mean, so let's go back to Postman first. And if I create a new request into this collection, click on add request, and I will call it as, let's say, user profile API. Now here, if I copy the URL, let's pass here. So if I go back to VS Code, click on routes, auth route. So this is profile, and it is calling this function. And this function right now will return a static message, that is, this is profile user API. Now let's go back to Postman. So auth, then profile, and I have to hit using get request type, click on send button, and now we can see this is profile user API. Now, what basically I mean that this is a protected route. It means that before calling this API, also we have to pass a header, and inside that header we have to pass our valid token value, and that token already we have generated from this user login API. Now, after this login API, I'll just copy this token value. And if suppose our profile API is protected, so before calling this API, also we have to pass that token into authorization header. So just we have to go into this headers tab, and into this headers tab, I need to add one more header key called authorization authorization, and into its value we have to pass call bearer space and the token value. Now this time, while calling any protected API, I'll just add a new header called authorization, and into its header the value is bearer and the token value. But right now there is no concept of middleware implemented, so that's why without passing this authorization, also we are able to call this profile API. But whenever the concept will be implemented of middleware, so in that case, it will not work until and unless we have to pass this authorization header. So how to start? Just go back to VS Code, and then after I will go into this middlewares folder. Let's open this auth.middleware.js. Now inside this auth middleware, first I will import the JSON web token package. So let's say const jwt require, and it will be JSON web token. Now then after, I'll create a function, and that function will simply validate the token what basically we have passed into authorization header value. So here let's say const the function name, let's say auth middleware, or simply I can call it as, let's say, check auth token equals to. Now this function will take the request object, response object, and a next function. Now here, first we have to get the token value and what the token we are passing into this authorization key. So I will just copy this authorization key, the key name, and here let's say const token equals to authorization key. We can read using this request object. So request dot headers, it will return all the keys what we have inside headers, but from headers I want this authorization key. So request dot headers dot authorization, and this will give the value here like bearer space and the token value. But from this value, I want this token only. So it means we have to use the concept of split function. So question mark dot split, and I want to split. Here we can see like here we have the bearer, then after that we have the space. So it means by the help of this space we can split this value into two substrings like a bearer and at the first index the token value. Now split function will break this value into array indexes. The first index will contain this string called bearer and the second index of that array will be this token value. So here let's go put a space here to split the value into array, and then after I want to read the first index value which is our token. Now then after getting this token, simply let's wrap inside this try catch block. In case of any error, simply let's go console.log and just throw our error, or simply here you can say let's say return response dot status, or simply we can call response.json. It will be status equals to false, and here let's say message equals to error. Now let's go into this try block, and into this try block what I will do, let's say const. First we have to decode the informations of this token value. So for that I'll use a function verify from this JSON web token package. So it will be let's say decoded data, or we can say decoded user data equals to, and it will be jwt.verify. It's a function, and inside this function look at here we have to pass the token value, and then after we have to pass the secret key. Now here inside this we have to pass the token, and then after let's include our .env. So here let's say require .env dot config, and then after let's open our .env file. I will copy this key, and here inside this second argument it will be process .env .jwt secret. Now automatically, like if the token is valid, it will decode by using this verify function, and all those decoded data will go into this variable. Now what next? So simply I will store this decoded data into request.user equals to decoded data. So what I am doing, simply I am creating one more property into this request object, and this property will holds the information of all this decoded user data. Now after that, let's go and use this next function, so that if the token is valid, we have successfully decoded all the informations stored inside a property of this request object. Then it will call our profile API. Now, after doing all these things, let's copy this check auth token, and here let's say module dot exports equals to, and into here I'll simply pass it here. Just copy this check auth token, and then after I will go into this auth route, and here let's import. So const d structure, it will be require. So first we have to go into middlewares, and then we have to call auth middleware. Let's copy this check auth token, and this API is protected. So into this second argument, I will simply pass this middleware. Now if token is valid, so this middleware will fetch all these data into this decoded user, and it will store into this property. And then after, by calling this next function, it will call, if I go, it will call this profile function. Otherwise, if suppose we forgot to add this next function, so it will not go and call this profile function. So it is must required line of code. Now let's go into this auth route, click on this profile function, and here now this time into this request object, now we have one more property called user, and that user is going to contain all about decoded user data. So what we can do, inside this, inside this status equals to true, let's first add return response.json status equals to true, and this is let's say user profile data, and here if I pass user, it will be request.user. Now if I save these changes, now let's go back to Postman. Now inside this profile API, if I don't want to pass this authorization, click on send button, and now we can see JWT must be provided, and it is because like it is going into catch block of this middleware, and inside this catch block we are getting that error message that we have to pass a JWT token value. Now instead of that also we can customize our error message, so it will be, let's first include, so const http status equals to, let's say, require, it will be http status codes. Let's copy, go here, and inside this, let's say response dot status http status dot status codes dot, and if I go to the documentation, so this will be something called unauthorized. Let's copy. If I go include here into this JSON, and here let's say access denied. Save these changes. So if I go click on send button, now we can see unauthorized access denied. So it means now this API is now protected. So if I want to call, we have to pass the authorization value. And in this case also, let's say that we have some error. I will go and remove, let's say, any character. Now this is now invalid. Click on send button. Now access denied. But if I go and pass the correct value, I have passed the correct value, click on send button. Now we can see status equals to true, user profile data, and here we have the ID value. And this is nothing, this is underscore ID of MongoDB. Now successfully, we have completed three APIs, that is the register user API, login user API, and user profile API. Now, after this, we have to start over the concept of post controller. It means like before going to Logout API, I need to discuss first all about how to create a post, how to list post on the basis of user ID, how to update a post, and how to delete a post. So once we complete all about this post module, this post section APIs, then at last I will discuss the concept of Logout API. So let's go back to editor. Now, first let's close this auth middleware, auth controller, this .env, auth helper, user validation, this route file, server.js, and auth model. Now let's open this post controller. Now inside this post, like before creating any post, what the data we need. So all those data, if I go to models, let's open our post model. So I need to pass title, content, status, and user ID. Now remember, this user ID now we can get from token value, because inside token we are storing underscore ID, and underscore ID is nothing, it's the user ID value. So it means to create any post I need only content like title, content, status, and user ID. And one more thing, inside this post model, we forgot to add one more field, and that is for banner image. Because inside this API development course, also we have to use the concept of multer, and by using multer, by using the concept of form data, also we have to upload the banner image for any specific post. So what I will do after this status, let's add one more field called banner image, and it will contain a string value. Now successfully, this is our post model. Now first thing first, I'll create the schema validation. So let's go into this validations folder, and into this validations, let's create a file called post.validation.js. Now let's include first joy equals to require, and it will be joy. Now then after, let's create const post schema validation equals to joy dot string, not string, it's object. So joy dot object, and inside here we have to pass our properties. So inside this post model, title field is required, content is optional, status field is required, banner image is optional, and user ID is required. So this user ID we can get from token, so no need to pass inside request body. Inside request body or inside form data, we only pass the data like title, content, status, and banner image. Now from these four fields, now here this content and this banner image is totally optional. I only need to create a post that is title and status. So what to do? Let's go inside this post validation. So first we have to write all those fields. called title, content, then status, and then banner image. And at last, let's say module dot exports, and here let's say post schema validation. Now let's go for this title, and here let's say joy dot string, and it is required, and also it will contain a minimum length value. Let's say a post title should have a minimum length of 10 characters. Dot messages, I also want to control over the messages, so here let's any dot required, first it will be required, so let's say post title is required. Now then after it will be string dot mean, it means a post title should have the minimum length, so we may say post title should or must be minimum length of 10 characters. Now also, if suppose we have passed the key and the key is empty, so string dot empty. Also let's say post title is required. Now successfully, this is all about the validation for this title. Now content is optional, so for that let's say joy dot string. It means if suppose we have passed the content key inside form data, but inside that content key, we don't have any message or we don't have any value. So in that case, we have to display the message that content is required. If suppose we forgot to pass or if we don't want to pass the content field inside form data, there is no error. But if we pass an inside content property, if we have no value, so in case of no value, the error message will be displayed. So a string, and here let's say messages, and inside this messages only let's say string dot empty, because this time I'm not going to work over the required in case I want to only handle for empty. So here let's say content is required, or let's say content must to pass. Save these changes. Now this status is also required. So in this case, let's say joy dot string dot required. It is required and also valid. It means we have a set of values. Remember, either we can pass this draft or published. So let's copy, put it here, dot messages, and inside here, let's say any dot required status is required, and here let's any, not any, string dot empty. Again, we have the same message as status is required, and here any dot option, not any dot option. If I go to user validation, it will be any dot only. Let's copy. So it will be any dot only, and here status must be of either it will be draft or published. Now save these changes. Now this is also optional. So I will just copy this content and put here. Now this time joy.string.messages empty. So here banner image must be uploaded. So save these changes. Now what next? Let's copy this post schema validation. Then I will go to post controller, and here at top, let's say const our destructure require, and first we have to go into validation folder, and then we have to include post validation. Now let's format a bit. Now let's copy. Now then inside it, let's use try catch block. In case of any error, here let's say return response dot, and also we have to include here, let's say const http status equals to require, and it will be http status codes. Now let's copy this http status codes. So inside here, let's say status function http status dot status codes dot internal server error. internal server error dot JSON, and here let's say status equals to false and message equals to, let's say, error. Now this is our exceptional error message. Now let's remove it. Now this is all about catch block. Now let's go inside this try block. So const, and here let's say body data equals to request dot body, and here we have to work over the post model. It means by using post model we have to create our data. So let's import first. So const post, and it will be require from models forward slash post model. Now let's copy this model name. Then I will go here. First we have to implement the data validation. So data validation, and for data validation let's copy this schema validation. So const, in case of any error it will be post schema validation dot validate method, and inside here we have to pass request dot body. In case of any error, simply let's go inside this if block, and here let's say response dot status, and it will be, let's say, http status dot status codes dot, it will be, let's say, internal server error dot json, and inside it let's say status equals to false, and here let's say message equals to, and I will simply pass this error, and remember this error will contain lots of object. So I will go first error dot details, and from that I have to read the first index dot message. Now this is the way to get the error message. Remember this concept already we had seen inside this auth controller. If I talk about our registration API, so here is something like this error details dot message. Now same way we have used error details dot message. Now after that, if suppose we don't have any errors, so in that case let's say const result equals to, then I will use await our post model, and into this post model let's pass our object, and here we have to read all those values what basically we have passed into form data. So as I told, like before creating any post we want title, content, status, banner image, and user ID. So let's say that I need to pass, or the keys what we have inside our database is same as what we are using inside request body. So it will be simply I will pass this body data into this object. Now this time there's no differences between our request bodies keys what we have passed and also with the keys of this schema. So in that case result equals to new post, and here we have body data, and then after let's say await equals to, and instead of calling result let's say post object, it's better. So post object dot save function, and as I'm using await so it will be async. Now let's go here, await post dot save, and finally let's return response dot status http status dot status codes dot, it will be created dot json, and here let's say status equals to true, message equals to post created, and save here. Now successfully, this is all about the complete concept of add post with data validation, all about to create with this schema and save that data into a database. Now save all these changes. Let's do a quick unit testing. And also this route is also protected because behind the scene, also this model is using the reference of user ID, and this user ID we can get from token. So what to do? Just go into routes folder, go inside this post route, and here let's say const, I will call check auth token. First let's require, and it will be forward slash middlewares forward slash auth middleware, and from this auth middleware we can get check auth token. Let's copy and use it as middleware. Now save these changes. Now if I copy this add post, let's go back to Postman. So I think already here we have the add post API. Now remember previously we are able to call this API without passing any token value. But this time this is now protected. Click on send button and now we can see access denied. So it means before calling this API also we need the authorization token value. So let's copy, go here inside this add post, inside this headers, let's use authorization key. Now, after this authorization, let's pass its value. So its value will be called bearer and the valid token value. So this is only for the authorization to get the user ID. Now, before creating any post, also we need the title and status. Now, one more thing, let's go back to VS Code. So inside this body data, we only get the title and status, what basically we pass while submitting our form data. But here, also we have to save according to this model structure, the user ID, and this user ID we can get from token. Now let's copy this key. Now let's go inside this post controller and here I will pass this object and let's say three dots. Simply I will expand this body data because also we have to add the user ID, and this user ID we can get from this request object dot user dot id. Now if you are wondering that what is the meaning of this request dot user dot id, so simply if I go, let's copy, and before that if I do console.log request.user, let's say return equals to false. Now if I save these changes, so if I go, let's go first inside this body tab, inside this URL encoded, if I pass, let's say title sample post 1, and here let's say status equals to draft. Now whenever if I click on the submit button, send button, now we are passing the authorization token value, so automatically our middleware will work, and this middleware will decode the user data. It means first the token value and all those decoded data we have stored into this request.user. Now this request.user we have simply printed into console right here inside this add post API. So if I go click on send button, now if I go back to console, and now we can see that here we have the ID and this is user ID. So what to do to get the ID value from this object? This is user ID. So it's very simple. Let's remove first, and then after inside this user ID it will be request.user.id. Now save these changes. Now if I go, and I think like okay, everything is okay. So if I go, let's pass the authorization, and inside this body title and status, click on send button, and now we can see post created, and here we have 201 status. Now let's go into our MongoDB to verify. Now here we don't have any post like post collection. So if I go, let's reload this database, refresh, and now we can see here we have the post collection. Let's open, and now we can see that inside this first document, here we have the title, status, and look at here, this is user ID. And remember, this user ID we are getting from the authorized token value. Now let's create one more post. Just go back to Postman, and here let's say sample post 2. This is in published status, and here if I pass content, I have passed only the key, there is no value. Click on send button, look at here, content must be passed. So here let's pass some content. So this is sample post content of post number 2. Now, after passing all these data, and also additionally, we can pass the banner image, but right now we didn't implement the concept of multer. So only we are passing the title, status content, and also from this authorization, the user ID. Now let's click on the send button, post created. If I go, let's reload, and now we can see that ID, title, content status, and the user ID. So successfully, this is all about the concept of add post API, but this is not yet complete. Also, we have to implement the concept of banner image using multer. So what to do? Let's go back to VS Code. Then I will open this upload middleware, and inside this upload middleware, let's import our multer first. So multer equals to require, and it will be multer. Now after this multer, I will make use of one more package that is default node package called path. So const path equals to require, and here we have to pass called path. Now then after, let's say const upload equals to multer, and inside this we have to pass an object, and inside this object we have to pass some options that is called as storage, and then we have called file filter, and finally let's say module dot exports equals to upload. Now here, if you are wondering that what is the meaning of a storage and file filter, we'll discuss each and everything in a moment. But let me tell you one more thing. Before using this multi package, what you can do, simply go to browser and just type multi npm. So first, you have to go into this package documentation, go through once and read all about the functions and what is the basic process to use this multi to upload any file into folder structure. So here let's go to VS Code. Now first I will copy this storage, and then after let's say const storage equals to multer, and then I will call a function called disk storage, and into this function I will pass some properties called destination and then called file name. Now into this destination it's a function, so into this function it will take request file and callback. And one more thing, if I tell you about the straightforward use of this destination, so it means that simply we're instructing our application that whenever if I will upload any file, for example, in this case, I will upload banner image. So after upload, what is the destination of that file? So for example, in this case, if I want to upload the banner image, I want to upload that banner image into this uploads folder. So this uploads folder is the destination. So this is straightforward. Now inside this destination CB, it means callback function. Now inside this callback function, the first argument we have to pass an error object. So in this case, I will pass null. Into second, I have to pass the destination path. So in this case, I want to upload the banner images into this uploads folder. So here uploads will be the path. Now here, again here we have the next property inside this disk storage all about the file name. It is straightforward that after upload, if I want to give a new name of that file, simply by using this file name function, I can rename it. So here it will take the request object, then file object, and then callback function. Now here inside this function, what I will do, first I will get the extension what the file I have uploaded. So let's say const ext, which stands for extension. I'll use the path module dot ext name, and inside here let's say file dot original name. So simply by the help of this line of code, I get the extension of uploaded file. Now after this we have to generate a new name of uploaded file. So let's say callback function null will be the first value, and second I'm going to use backtick symbol. Let's concatenate with our date value to generate the unique name hyphen. I'll use one more thing called file dot filled name, and then after I'll concatenate with our file extension. Now successfully, by the help of this line of code, we are generating a new name of uploaded file. Now all things done with this storage. Now let's work for this file filter. It means if I want to restrict, if I want to allow some file extension, simply we can go and define into this file filter. Let's copy, and here let's say const file filter. It's also a function which take file. First it will take request object, file object, and then callback function. Into this function, let's first define what type of images, what type of extension we allow into this application. So it will be, let's say, allowed here. And into this allow, let's say that I want to allow .png, then after, let's say .jpg, and also I want to allow .jpeg. Now, after defining the extensions array, what we can do first, we have to get the extension, what basically the file we have uploaded. So for that, already we have a line of code. Let's go copy this line, paste here. Then I will convert this extension into lowercase. Let's call this callback function pass null as first argument value. And then after, let's say allowed our extension array dot includes to check this extension. Now successfully, whenever if I will upload any file which extension matches any of the value either .png, .jpg, .jpeg, automatically that file will be uploaded into this uploads folder. Otherwise, we'll get some error message. Now the question is like our multi-package or upload middleware is ready. Now how to use it? So to use this middleware, what to do? Let's go inside this post route and here let's first include so const upload equals to require, and in this case we have to go inside middlewares folder, and then after let's upload.middleware. So let's copy. Now this middleware I want to use inside this add post route. So already we have using our first middleware, that is to check our token, check auth token. Now along with I'll use one more middleware called upload.single, and the key what we use to upload our file called banner image. Now in this line of code, we are using two middlewares. Like before calling this function, first it's going to check our valid token value, and second it will upload our file into uploads. And one more thing, if I talk about the order of working of middlewares, so first middleware, as we know that this is going to validate our token, that what the token we have passed is valid and authenticated. So if and only if the token is valid and authenticated, so in that case only this middleware will be called. Otherwise, it will return from this response. Now after this, let's go inside post controller. Now before this post object, what we can do, so let's say const banner image. If suppose we have uploaded any file, so request.file, if we have the file uploaded, so in that case, let's say request.file.file name. Now this property will hold the value or the path what basically we upload from this middleware. So request.file.file name. Otherwise, if we have no file into form data, so in that case, it will return the null value. Let's copy this banner image and put here. Now, if we compare with the model, this post model, so here we have the banner image and here we have the banner image. Now save these changes. Let's go back to Postman to do a quick unit testing. So inside this add post, it's a sample post 3, and here now instead of calling this form encoder, remember if I want to upload any file, we have to use form data. So what to do, just go inside this URL encoded. I want to copy all these attributes, all these values, click on bulk edit, copy all these values, click on form data, because this time we have to use form data because I want to upload a banner image. Then inside this form data, click on bulk edit, put all those values, key value edit. Now we can see here is the title, status, and content. Now this time I will upload banner image, and instead of text, let's choose file. Click here, click new file from local machine. Let's select this one, file uploaded. Now if I go click on send button, so successfully as we can see, post created. Now to verify, if I go to VS Code, first I will go to this uploads folder. Now we can see here we have successfully uploaded our first post image. Now to confirm one more thing, let's go back to MongoDB inside this post collection. If I go, let's reload. And now we can see that here we have sample post 3, content, status, and look at here, here we have the banner image. Now the same name we can find into the uploads folder of this application. So successfully, this is how the step-by-step guide to create add post API with schema validation, as well as how to configure our multi-package to upload the banner image file into this application. Now after this add post API, now let's work over list post API. So list post API is the API which returns all the posts on the basis of logged in user ID. So it means that list post API is also a protected API, which means also we have to pass authorization token value. So whenever if I pass the token value, by the help of that token, we can get the user ID, and on the basis of that, we have to list all the posts from post collection on the basis of user ID. So let's go and first close this function. Let's open this function. So this function also will be protected function. So let's use try catch block first. In case of any error, just go into it. So return response.json. status equals to false and message equals to error. And one more thing we forgot to add that response.status and it will be http status codes dot internal server error. Now let's remove this one. Go inside this try block. Now here let's say const user posts equals to it will be I will call our post model dot find, and inside this find object we have to pass the user id because I want to filter, I want to get all the posts on the basis of user id. So into this find function let's pass user id which is the key of table, and inside here we can get request.user.id. Now by the help of this way we can get all the posts on the basis of this user id. So as I'm using await, so it will be async. Now finally, if I go, let's copy, let's check here that if dot length, if it is greater than 0, it means we have post, otherwise return response dot status. It will be http means http status dot status codes dot not found. And here let's say JSON status equals to false and message equals to no post found. Let's go inside this if block. It means we have some post on the base of user ID. So what to do? Return response dot status http status dot status codes dot ok dot json, and here status equals to true, message equals to let's say post found, and here let's say post equals to user post. Save all these changes. Now, if I go here, let's create a new request. So into this collection, add request. This time it will be of list posts API, or we can say user post API. Now let's go over this user profile API. I will copy this token value, go here inside this list post API. Let's pass get request type. I think if I go, let's go inside post route, and this is also protected list post. So let's pass here call check auth token the middleware. If I save these changes, get request type we have to use, so get is okay. And if I put the url, let's copy paste here, so this will be called list post. If I match, so it will be list posts. Let's click on send button, and now we can see access denied. So authorization is working. Let's go and copy our bearer token value. Then I'll go to this headers, and here let's authorization, pass this bearer token value, click on send button, and now we can see that like all these posts now created of this user ID. So if I go to check, let's go to MongoDB, and we can see here that this user ID have, we can see lots of posts like post 1, post 2, and post 3. Now in response, if I see here we have the post 1, post 2, and post 3. Now let's create one more user so that we can differentiate some differences of post count. So here inside is login user API or register user API, let's say user number 8, click on send button, successfully user created. Let's copy this email value inside this login API. I'll use this user 8, click on send button, user logged in. If I copy the token value, first let's verify the profile informations. So if I go, let's say bearer token value, click on send button. This is user profile data. It means like user accessed, or even what we can do, also we can store the name value as well. So let's go inside this middleware, that is auth middleware, and also if I go inside this auth controller after login, let's go inside this helper function. So after id also we can store the name value user dot name, and also if I store the email value it will be user.email. Save these changes. Now if I go click on login button one more time, token generated. If I copy, go here inside this profile API, let's pass again the token value bearer, token value, click on send button, and now we can see the name, email, and the user ID. Now if I go here, list post API, let's pass the token value. This time we don't have any post of this user. Click on send button, and now we can see no post found. Let's create a post. So let's say post number 4, and in this case inside this headers let's pass the token value of that user. So bearer, token value of user number 8, click on send button, post created. If I go to list post API, click on send button, and now we can see that sample post 4 belongs to user number 8. So successfully this is one more API completed called list post API. Now after this let's work on update post API. Let's go back to VS Code. Then after, so first I will close all these files, post validation, then upload middleware. So post model, let's close it. So this is post route and post controller. Now inside this, we have successfully completed add post API and list post API. Now this time we have to work over this update post API. So before working on update post API, remember also we have to pass post ID into URL. Now this ID we can get here. So if I go into this function, so const post ID equals to request object dot params dot ID. Now one more thing, let's wrap first inside try catch block, and inside this catch block let's say return response dot status, and here http status dot status codes dot internal server error dot json, and inside here let's say status equals to false and message equals to error. Now save all these changes. Let's remove this response.json from here. Now let's get this post ID. Then I'll go to this try block and paste here. Now after getting this post ID from URL, first we have to check that if that post exists inside our database. And one more thing, that this API is also protected. So we have to find our post on the basis of two conditions, that is user ID will match and also post ID will match. So how to do? So simply const, let's say post data equals to await. I'll use post model dot find function, and inside here let's pass an object, and into this object I will first wrap underscore id. It will match with this post id, and then after user id equals to request dot user dot id. Now, what is this underscore ID? So if I go back to our MongoDB, so we can see inside this post table, inside this post collection, inside each of the document, we can see underscore ID. So this is auto-generated MongoDB object ID. Now here, while getting any post, any specific post from this collection, from any of the document, I need to compare with this ID as well as user ID. Now this time, these two values we are getting. So first, user ID, like user ID we can get from authenticated token value, and this ID like post ID we are getting from URL. And as we are using await, so this function will be async. Now save these changes. So here if post exists, so in that case we have to go inside this if block. Otherwise, let's say return response.status, and here let's say http status dot status codes dot not found dot json, status equals to false, and let's say message equals to post not found. Now after this what I will do, just go inside this if block. Now inside this if block we have to perform update operation. So we have to update the existing post by means of this ID and user ID by getting the updated data from request body. So in this case either we can pass the updated informations inside body JSON, it means JSON body, or inside form data, or inside URL encoded. So what I will do simply here, let's say const, I will destructure, let's say title, if we pass title, content, and status. And all these values we get from request.body. So here, let's say post.title, like post data dot title equals to this title what we get from request body. If it is empty, so in that case post data dot title. Now in the next step, let's say post data dot content equals to the updated value from request body. If it is empty, so in that case post data dot content. Now here post data dot status equals to status from request body. If it is empty, so post data dot status. And one more thing, also we have to check that if we have uploaded any banner image, so in that case also we have to upload and also we have to update the post image, like post banner image, inside our database. So here first we have to check that if we have uploaded any file, so in that case post dot means post data dot banner image equals to request dot file dot file name. Now successfully, this is all about updating our existing data. Now in the next step, await, let's say post data dot save function. Now successfully, by the help of this line, now we are updating our existing post data with updated informations. Now here, let's say return, it will be response dot status, http status dot status codes dot, here it will be OK dot JSON, and inside here let's say status equals to true, message equals to post data updated successfully. Now save these changes. So I think everything has been done. If I go and check one more time, so this is all about our try catch block. If I go into it, so here we have the post ID from URL. Now we are checking that if post exists by using find function, and I think like find will return an array of objects. So instead of getting an array of object, if I want a single object, so I will simply use find one function. Now here this find one function will match these two conditions into the document of collection, and it will return only a single object. But in case of find function, it will return an array of object. Now here it is okay post data. So if post exists, so in that case all these code will execute, otherwise post not found. Save these changes. Let's go back to our postman, and here I will copy this URL. Let's create a new request. So add request, and I will call it as, let's say, update post API. Now here I have to use put request type. So if I go to confirm, let's go into this post.route.js, and this will be protected. So here we have to use one more like middleware called check auth token, and also we have to use like upload middleware. So it will be upload dot single, and here it will be called banner image. Now save these changes, and also we have to hit this API using put request type. So it will be put request method, and here it will be instead of list hyphen post, it will be update hyphen post, and also we have to pass the post ID into URL. So for example, if I want to update this sample post for, so copy this ID value, go here, pass into URL. Now inside this authorization or inside this header, let's pass this bearer token. So I'll just copy, go here, let's add one more header called authorization bearer and the valid token value. If I will not pass this token, click on send button, and now you can see access denied. Now let's pass, go inside body, select form data, or let's say that I don't want to upload the banner image. Let's go inside this URL encoded, and here if I pass, let's say title, and for example, if I copy the existing title, put here, let's say sample post for, or I will say updated sample post for. Now in this case, I don't want to update this content, and let's say status. I will change from published to drop. Now in this case, I only updating title and status. Now after passing all these data, and one more thing, if suppose I will do any mistake here, let's pass 5, click on send button, it will throw an exception. And now you can see inside this status equals to false, 500 internal server error, and this is of ID exception. Now let's go and remove. And here, if I do any mistake, for example, this one, invalid ID, click on send button. And now we can see post not found. So if I want to update the existing post, we have to pass we have to pass a valid post ID and the data, click on send button, and now we can see post data updated. So if I go back to this list post API, click on send button, and now we can see updated sample post for status equals to draft and content is unchanged and also banner image is unchanged. Now successfully, this is all about the successful implementation of our update post API. Now after this, we have to work over one more API, and that is delete post API. Let's go back to VS Code. Let's go inside this post controller, and inside here, first I'll close this function, and here we have delete post API. Now this function will hit using delete request method, and this is also protected. So first I'll go and add our try catch block, and here let's say return response.status http status dot status codes dot internal server error dot json, and here it will be, let's say, status equals to false and message equals to error. Save all these changes. Let's remove this response.json. Now inside this, also inside this delete post API, we have to pass post ID into URL. So to get that, if I go into this route file, so here we are passing. So to get this value, say const post ID equals to request object dot params dot ID. Now then after, also we have to check by combining user ID and post ID that if this post exists inside our database. If it exists, so simply we have to delete that document from post collection. So here what I will do, let's say const post data equals to await, and it will be post model dot find one. And inside here, if I pass, let's say inside this, first the ID, like post ID, it will be post ID, and then after user ID equals to request object dot user dot ID. Now, one more thing I want to show you here, that async, let's add async here. Now, if I go, let's for the time being, if I return the data, let's say return response.json, and inside here let's pass post data, or even let's say status equals to false, and let's say data equals to post data. Now I will show you the difference between find one and find function. So here I have used first find one, and inside this find one I am simply passing the post ID and user ID. Now let's go back to Postman to test this API endpoint. So I will copy this complete URL. Let's add a new request into this collection. So add request, and it will be, let's say, delete post API, and here I'll put it here. Now this will be delete request type. So from this drop down, delete request method, and here it will be v1 post, and it will be delete hyphen post. Let's confirm. So it will be delete hyphen post. And one more thing, like this is protected. So check auth token. Now save this file, go into Postman. So I am passing everything. Click on send button, and now we can see okay, access denied. So let's copy from these headers this bearer token value. If I go inside these headers, let's pass authorization bearer token, click on send button, and now we can see this is all about the data. Here we have the single object, and this is by using find one function. But in place of find one, if I use only the find function, let's use find function, if I go click on send button, now this time I can see that instead of returning a single object on the basis of condition, it has returned an array, and inside this array we have only a single object. So this is not making any sense that if we have a single object, why are we returning an array? Instead, we want only a single object. So that's why we have used find one inside this update post API. Now in this delete post API, we don't have to use find one, we have to use find one delete, and here we have called find one and delete. So automatically what will happen, this post collection will find this post on the basis of this condition, and whenever this post will be available, so automatically it will be deleted. Now inside this delete post API, apart from using this find one function, I'll use one more function, and that will be called find one and delete. So here, instead of using this find function, let's remove first, and it will be find one and delete. So automatically what will happen, this post collection will find a post on the basis of this condition like post id and user id. If post exists, automatically it will delete that. So what will happen, let's copy this post data. So if it is not available, I have added exclamation sign here. If it is not available, it means post not found. So in this case, let's say return response dot status http status dot status codes dot not found dot json, and here let's say status equals to false and message equals to post not found, otherwise successfully. If post found, so automatically it will delete that. So in that case, status will be true, and in message it will be, let's say, post deleted. And here if I will add, let's say, status, let's say http status dot status codes dot OK. Now save these changes. Let's go back to Postman, and here this post exists, or otherwise if I go and let's add a dummy value here which does not exist. Click on send button, and now we can see post not found. But if I go and pass the correct value, this post exists, click on send button, and now we can see post deleted. Now if this post, if I find into a document, let's first reload, and if I try to find, now we can see no data exists with this ID, as well as if I go to this update post API or even inside this list post API, if I go click on send again, and now we can see no post found, because successfully by using this delete post API, we have deleted that existing post. Now this is the successful implementation of delete post API. Now after this, I will discuss the concept of two more APIs, that is single post API as well as how to get user-wise post API. And then after we'll discuss the concept of logout API. Let's go back to editor. So to add single post API, simply I will go first into this post controller. Let's close that first. And here I'll create a function. Let's call it as single post. And it will accept first request object, response object. Then I'll go here. Now simply let's copy this function and export from this controller. Then I'll go to this post route. And here let's copy. This is to get single post. Let add here. This will get using get request method, and I will pass only post, and then after we have to pass post ID, and it will call this function called single post. So if I copy, just put here. Now go into this controller function. Let's add try catch block, and inside here let's say return response dot status. It will be http status dot status codes dot not found, we may say, or let's say internal server error dot json, and here let's say status equals to false and message equals to, let's say, this will be error. Now save these changes. Let's go inside this try block. So I will get the post id from url, and here is the key call id. So what to do, let's say const post id equals to request object dot params dot id, and then after, let's say post data equals to, it will be await, then I will use our post model, and then I will use find one method, and it will be, we have to pass the id, so simply we can pass here, let's say post id, or here let's say IT, because as we know that this is also a protected API, which means that we have to compare the post ID as well as the user ID. So in this case, let's say IT equals to post ID, and then after, let's say user ID equals to request.user.id. Now successfully. So let's go here. If post data does not exist, so in that case it means that post not found. So what to do? If I will copy this response, put here, so instead of internal server error it will be not found, and here let's say post not found. Otherwise I will go paste here, it will be okay, status will be true, message equals to post found, and here post equals to post data. Now save these changes. If I go here, let's copy this one. If I open a new tab, or in fact I have to create one more request into this collection, it's add request, and it will be, let's say, single post API. If I put here, it will be get request type, and it will be called post forward slash post, or what we can do here, we have two times post into URL, because if I go first into server.js, this is the first post, and second is coming from this URL. So let's remove this one. So after post, only we have to pass the ID. So if I go, let's remove this second post, click on send button. So access denied, and I think we have some error into console. So if I go, okay, actually I'm using s means await. So also we have to use async here. Save these changes. Let's go back to Postman. Click on Send button, and access denied as expected. So I will go copy this token. Let's go here inside these headers. Let's add authorization, and then after bearer token, and remember this post we have deleted. So if I click on Send button, we can see post not found. So what we can do, just go inside this add post, and here inside this body, let's pass post number 5. Here we have post number 5. Click on send button after passing all these data. So successfully post created. If I go into this list post, click on send button. Here we have the post. Let's copy this ID. And if I go here first, I will press Ctrl S to save this request into this collection. It is also unsaved. So if I go click on save button, let's go click on save button, and here click on save button. Now it is saved. So if I go past this ID, click on send button, and now you can see post data found. So successfully, this is also implementation of one more API called single post API. Now in the next API, I want to create an API. This is not like user specific. This is not post specific. Instead, I want to get overall all the list of users, what basically I have created, and like user one, and inside that user one object, I want all the post what basically that user has created. So what basically I need, if I go back to VS Code, let's open a new tab. So I want first the response is in array, and inside this array, for example, this object of user1, and inside this user1, first I want like user ID, then I want username, email, like all other values, what basically the user have, and then after I want, it will be something called post data, and inside this it will be an array, and inside this array here we have the first post what basically this user has created. This is the second post what basically this user has created. So this is for a single object like single user, like user information post information. So in the same way, the second object will be the second user information. And inside the second object, also we have the same pattern of data. Now this is the API. Remember, this API does not belongs to this controller, does not belongs to auth controller. So what I will do, let's create a function or let's create a common controller and I'll create, let's say, data.controller.js. Now inside this data controller, first thing first, we have to load our user model. So const, let's say user, and this user will require means will be included from this models folder and this user.model. And then after, also we have to include, let's say, const express equals to require and express. Now then after, let's say const router equals to express dot router, and then after, let's say module dot exports equals to router, and in between we have to create a route, and by the help of that API route we have to get user vice post. So it will be user vice post. So here, let's say router, I'll use get request method, and here the API path will be, let's say, user hyphen post, and here inside this let's pass request object, response object, and inside this function I'll use first try catch block. In case of any error, let's say return response.json status equals to false and message equals to error. Now save these changes. Now let's go inside this try block. So here, according to this current data format, as we can see, this is a relation between user and between post. So what we can do, this is the advanced concept of MongoDB. So to get all these data, we have to use the concept of aggregate pipeline. It's very simple. I will break each concept in a very easier way so that you can understand about how to get relational data. So if I go into this data controller, let's say const posts data equals to await, I'll use user model dot aggregate, and inside this aggregate actually I'm using await, so this function will be async. Now inside this aggregate let's pass an array. Now inside this array, let's pass an object. Now the concept will be very simple. Each user of each document will simply look all the posts from post table. So here inside this object, I'll use lookup property. And inside this lookup property, it's an object. I'll use some valuable properties. So each user of collection will look up post from post table. So if I go back to MongoDB, the table of post will be called post. So just copy the table name because each user wants to look up his post, their post into this table. So just go here and I will use a keyword called from. This will be our first property into this lookup. So this will be our table name. And inside this user model, inside our user collection, remember the local field is underscore ID. Now this underscore ID is attached with post with foreign field, and the column name we have called user ID. Now at the last value, at the last parameter of this lookup, I want that all these posts, what basically our user has created will be stored into this key called post data. And one more thing, this post data is not a keyword, it's user defined. I mean to say that either you can write something called posts data, but in this case I have given call post data. Let's copy, just go into this data controller, and inside this lookup object I will add one more valuable property called as, and into this as I will pass post data. Now this is overall the syntax to get the data like relational data from user collection and post collection. Let's explain one more time. So this user model is going to look all the data, all the posts from this post table inside this user collection, like inside this user model, the local field is underscore ID, but inside this post collection, post table will have user ID as a foreign key. And I want all those data, all those posts from this table into this key called post data. All done. Let's copy. If I go here, let's say return response dot json, And inside here, let's say status equals to true and posts equal to post data. Now save these changes. Now I'll go into the server.js. Let's include this data controller file. Let's copy this router. Now I will include this data controller to the server.js. So here, let's say data router equals to require, and it will be from controllers folder, and that is data controller. Now let's copy this data router. Then I'll go here. Let's say app.use, and here let's say /API /v1, and it will be data router. So after API v1, then also we have to include call user hyphen post. Let's go back to Postman. Then I'll create a new request here, and let's add here add request, and it will be something called user wise posts. Now here, let's copy this API URL, paste here. I'll hit using get request method, but after v1 I type user hyphen post. Now let's compare and confirm. So this is user hyphen post. Now if I click on the send button, now as we can see that inside this post it's an array. So here we have the user one, which does not have any post. We can see user 2 does not have any post, user 3 no post, but also we can see that here we have the user informations, but there is no post created. So if I scroll, user number 5 no post, user number 6 no post, user number 7, and now we can see inside user number 7 it has first post, second post, and third post. So we can see that this user has 3 posts. Now if I scroll, this is user number 8. If I go, and now we can see that user number 8, like user 8, has a single post. Now this is a very complex concept, but I have explained into a much simpler way that how to combine two tables to get the combined relational data. Now successfully we have implemented one more API, that is how to get user wise
Now,
posts.
after this, let's discuss about some more APIs concept. So if I go back to MongoDB, now inside this users collection, now we can see, let's go click on zoom in. So we can see that inside each of the user document, here we have the gender called male, female. So what basically I want to create an API, and by the help of that API, I want to filter, for example, let's say male users, for example, female users. So how to get that? So it's very simple. Let's go back to VS Code, and here user model already imported. So let's say that get male users, and here router dot get, and if I say, for example, let's say male hyphen users, and inside this let's say request response, and inside this block of code, let's say const users equals to await user model dot find function, and inside this find function let's simply pass an object, and as we know that we have to get only male users, so in this case gender equals to male. All done. Now let's put semicolons, so as we're using await, so it will be async. Now then after, here let's say if I check that if users dot length greater than 0, it means we have data. Otherwise inside else block, let's say return response dot json status equals to, let's pass false here, and message no male users found. Now if I save these changes, now let's go inside this if block. So return response.json, and inside here let's say status equals to true, and message equals to, let's say male users, and here let's pass users. Now if I save these changes, let's go back to Postman. Now then I'll go into this collection, click on three dots, add request, and here let's say list male users. Now I will go then here, let's copy this API URL, I'll simply put here, let's remove this token. Now instead of API forward slash v1 and it will be mail hyphen users. Now click on send button. And now we can see here we have a status equals to true, message equals to mail users, and inside this here we can see gender equals to male, gender equals to male, and here we have all those objects of male users. Now in case if I want to get the female users, we have to change only the value that is gender equals to female. Now this is the conditionally how we can get output data on the basis of some condition inside this find function. And now discuss, let's say, one more interesting concept. First I will close this one. So if I go to MongoDB and here let's go and edit this email value. So for example for user 1 the email value equals to, so simply if I want to update any value inside each of the documents, simply I'll simply click into it. After click it will open the edit mode, and here we can see two buttons that is called cancel and update. So let's say that in this first user 1, the email value will be, let's say, user1 at the rate net.com. So after modification, click on update, and successfully this document now updated. So for user 2, let's click on this email value, and in this case, let's say example.com. Click on update, successfully updated. Gmail.com user 3 is okay. If I go here for user number 5, let's say that I want to change, let's say user5.net.com, and also I want to update, let's say this user with a value, let's say sanjay at net.com. Click on update, updated, go into this user 6. Now here it will be, let's say example.com, example.com, and here let's say Vijay. This is a new user. Click on update. So successful. Now here we have some users data. We can see user 1 at net.com, user 2 at example.com, user 3 at gmail.com, Sanjay at the rate net.com, Vijay at the rate example.com, user 7 and user 8. Now, in this case, actually, we can see here the email contains some substring like net.com, example.com, gmail.com. So let's say that I want to get all those users from this users collection where the email value is containing example.com. Let's go here. Now, inside this, let's say get email values, or I will say get users where the email contains example.com. So in this case, how to do this condition? So router dot get, and here let's say filtered hyphen email, and in this case let's say request object, response object, and into this block of function what I will say, let's say const users equals to await user model dot find function, and inside this find function actually we have to search those users whose email contains example.com. So here I'll use the concept of regular expression. So inside this find function, first we have to pass an object, and inside this object, the column where we have to apply the condition of email. So the column name or property name, so it will be email, and into this email, let's pass an object. So we have to go and compare the email values of each document using a regular expression. So here it will be equals, let's say regex equals to, an email will contain example.com at last. So here let's say example.com and simply put dollar, which means that this value will be at last value or the last service string of each email app. So this line of code simply means that if the user, the email value is containing call, for example, user1 at the rate example.com. So here we can see this user email is containing example.com at last of this value. Also, if I go, let's say Sanjay at example.com. So in this case, also we can see that this service string is at the last value of this email value. And if I go write one more email value, let's say user2 or user1 at the rate net.com. So in this case, we can see that the email value is not containing any service string called example.com at last. So according to this condition, what basically we have implemented, On the basis of that, it will return the user informations like user1 at example.com and Sanjay at example.com. So let's remove this one. And also, I want to compare this value in terms of case insensitive. So in this case, also we have to pass one more option called options, and inside this, just pass a small I. So I am using await, so it will be, or this function will be async, and then after, let's say return response.json, and inside here let's say status equals to true, message, let's say users found, and in this case it will be called users. Now if I save these changes, let's copy this API endpoint, API path. Let's go back to our postman, and here I will create one more request. Let's add request. Let's say get users by email pattern. Then after I will go here, spelling mistake, email pattern. So get request is okay. So first I will go and copy this API path or the API URL, and instead of mail hyphen users, this time we are looking for this filtered email. So just copy and paste here. Click on the send button, and inside here, inside this result, if I see, so this user2 is containing example.com. At last, if I scroll example.com, and now we can see inside this result, we have only two users, and these users is containing example.com. Now let's say that one more condition I will discuss. If I go to MongoDB, now inside here, if I go, so we can see that Sanjay at like at the rate net.com. So let's copy, go here, and let's remove. So this is the value of any user. And again, if I go, let's copy this email value of this user 6. Now, in this case, we can see that this name value and this name value is containing a substring called JAY. We can see here, like both these names, like Sanjay and Vijay, is containing JAY keyword. So I want to get all those users from user collection where the name value is containing a substring called JAY. So how to do? Just go back to data controller. Let's create one more function here or one more API endpoint. Let's say get users where email contains a substring and it will be JAY. Now here router dot get, let's say user, let's say user substring, something like that, and here request response, and inside here let's say const users equals to await user model. Then I will use find function, and inside here the column name we have called email, and inside this email I will use the regular expression. So inside this object it will be regex, and inside here remember those emails or those users, those documents where email is containing JAY keyword. So simply go here and pass JAY, and then after I'll put options for case insensitive. Just put I here. Now all done. If I go and copy this JSON response and put here. Now save these changes, and I'm using await. So save these changes. Let's go back to Postman, and here I will copy this API URL. Let's go and open and add a new request. Let's call it as get users having a substring. Put here, and in this case the API path is user hyphen substring. So I will copy, go here, and instead of passing filtered email, this time it will be user hyphen substring. Click on send button. And if I see, now we can see that this user number 5 is containing JAY keyword inside this email value. And inside this email value, Vijay is also containing JAY keyword. Now,
Now, after this, I'll discuss one more interesting concept of Mongoose query, and that is about populate method. Let's go back to VS Code.
So remember, inside this data controller.js file, at the very initial stage of this file, we had learned an interesting concept, and that was aggregate pipeline. So by using aggregate pipeline, what basically we did, we fetched all the posts according to user wise. So is this single option to get post along with user information? No friends. Also we have one more best or alternative option by using populate method. What basically I mean? First let's go inside MongoDB, click on post, and now we can see inside each of the post document we can see like properties we have got underscore id, title, status, and user id. So look at here inside this user id, it is containing an object id, and this object id is nothing, it's id underscore id value of this each user document. So here we have like underscore id is containing an object id, and this object id in reference we put inside this user ID. So I mean to say that I want an API, and API response will be something like if I go to VS Code, let's go here. So for example, I want to get all those posts. So here, for example, inside first post, I want the informations like here, title, status. So if I copy all these values, so for example, I want to copy this first document, click on this second icon, document copied, and here let's paste here. Now inside this object of, or inside this first document of post, here we have the user ID, and inside this user ID, instead of getting only the ID or the object ID, I want to get the user information. So let's say that I want to create an API, and in that API in response I want to get ID, it means post ID, title, status, and inside user ID I want to get, instead of this object ID, I want to get the user information, for example, name, email, password, and all these informations. So for this concept, I'll use the concept of populate method. So let's go back to VS Code, and here inside this data controller, I'll create one more API endpoint. And here let's say get posts with user information. Let's say router dot get, and if I say let's say all posts with user hyphen user, and inside here request object, response object, and into it let's say const posts equals to. So first we have to import our post model, and now to include our post model, if I go to top of this file, and here we can see post model already imported. Let's copy, scroll down, and here it will be await post model dot find function. I want to get like each object of post collection, and then after by using this populate method, let's pass user id, which basically indicates that if any post document, if I go here, so let's click on post first. So inside this post object, or inside this post document, we can see here we have the user ID. So on the basis of user ID, I want to fetch the user information. So automatically by using this populate, inside this populate, here we have to pass the foreign ID, it means user ID. And on the basis of user ID, I want to fetch user information. So all done. Simply let's use async here, and if I go, let's say return response dot JSON status equals to true, and message equals to, let's say, posts found, and here simply call posts. Now save these changes. Let's go back to Postman. Click to create our new request, and this time it will be lists posts with user info. Now then after I will go and copy this API URL. So first I will save this collection or this API request. So control S to save. It is saved and saved. Now then after I will go into this list post with user info. Paste here. Let's copy the API endpoint called all post with user. Simply I will copy, go here and just use it here. Click on this send button, and now we can see, so for example, if I copy all this response, I have copied. Let's go back to VS Code, and if I paste here, And inside each of the document, here inside this post, we can see inside this object, here we have the post information like ID, title, status, and apart from user ID, apart from object ID of user, now we have complete user information. And this achieved by using populate method. So successfully, now we have some more API concept about conditions that how we can implement using Mongoose query. Now, next into this course, I will discuss another interesting concept and that is about NPM config package. In a very short description, I will say that config package config package is an alternative option to use .env file. So as we can see inside this .env file, we can store our environment variable files and we can access each value like port, MongoDB URI, JWT secret. So any value from this .env by the help of concept called process.env and then our environment variable name. And remember, before using this .env file into a Node application, also we have to install a package called .env. But in this case, if I will not use the concept of .env or .env file, so what is the alternative option? So in an alternative option, we can use npm config package. So how to install? Let's go back to terminal, means project terminal. Let's first disconnect and here I will install let's say npm I or npm install and then after the package name called config, hit enter. Now successfully package has been installed. So to verify, let's go back to package.json and now we can see inside this dependencies object, here we have the config package. Now, next after it, the question is okay, here we have the config package, but what is the process to use it? So, let's say that I don't want to use this .env file or let's say this .env package. So, to use this config package or the config file, what basically we have to do? So, first thing first, we have to go into this application folder structure. Let's create a new folder and call it as config. Now inside this config folder, we have to create our main config file that is called default.json and then after it's a JSON file, so let's create a JSON object and then after I want to put all these environment variables. So first I will copy this port, go into this default.json and here port equals to and let's say that this time I want to start our application at 4004 and then after, let's copy our second key called MongoDB URI and the value if I go, let's copy and put it here. Now in the next here we have JWT secret. So I'll copy this key, put here and let's copy our secret value and put it here. Now, this time I don't want to use this .env. Instead, I will use this default.json by using our config package. So successfully, after doing all these things and one more thing, like these are the predefined steps that you have to follow, like create first config folder and inside config folder, you need a file called default.json and all those values into this pattern, into the same pattern. And then after, if I want to use any of the variable from here, any of the property, let's go for example inside server.js and this time I'll go and let's make comment of this line because we are not going to use .env. Instead, I'll use config. So const config equals to require and it will be config. Now then after, if I go, here we are taking the MongoDB URI from this .env. So instead of using something like this, now this time we are using from config. So it will be config dot get function and inside this get function, the key will be called MongoDB URI. So just put here, for example, to get the port value, let's remove and this time it will be config dot get function and inside here just put that key called port. So automatically this value will start at the port called 4004. Save these changes. If I go back to terminal and let's install or start our development server, so npm run dev, hit enter and now we can see our server started at localhost 4004 port. And remember, this port value is coming from this time default.json file. So successfully, now here we have one more concept that how to use config package in place of .env file. Now next into this course, I will discuss about one more API endpoint, and remember we had left that part, and that is about Logout API. So before creating our Logout API or before implementing the concept, first we have to understand what basically Logout API will perform. So if I open a new tab, so it's very simple. Logout API simply means that it is going to destroy the token value what basically we have generated while login. But let me tell you that here we are using JSON Web Token, that is JSON Web Token, to generate our token value while the user logs in. So JWT or the JSON Wrap Token is a stateless token. It means that it does not store any information into server. In fact, it stores all those data into the token value, because as we had seen, token contains three parts. If I go, let's go first into our Postman collection, and if I open login user API, and then after passing the email and password, click on send button. And okay, let's start development server. Okay, this time it is 4004. So if I go, or instead, what I will do, let's go into config default.json and let's say 3000. Save these changes. Now, if I go, click on send button, so here inside this token, we can see this token is containing the value of header, the value of payload, and the value of signature. How to verify? So first, let's copy this complete token value. If I go back to browser, let's open a website called jwt.io. Now, after opening it, let's scroll down, and inside this debugger, inside this encoded, let's first remove this, the sample value, paste this value. Now here we can see that this token is containing three parts called header. This is the first value. Then after here we have the dot, and after dot here we have the second segment of this token, and then after here we have the second dot. So this second value or the second segment of this token is containing all about the payload data. And inside this payload data, it is containing the ID, the username, like email, like issuer at, and expiration value. Like this is the expiration value of this generated token. So JWT token is stateless. It means that it does not store any information on server. In fact, it stores all those informations itself into this token value. Now the question is that if it is stateless, then how can I implement the concept of logout API? Because inside logout API, I want to destroy the logout. It means I want to destroy the token value so that no user can access any value after logout. And now to work with the concept of logout API, we have three different methods. If I go here, so the first method will be set expiration value. It simply means that in case of login API, we are creating our token value. So while generation of token, we can set manually the expiration value. So expiration value simply means that after that time, token is no longer available to use to call our authenticated APIs. So I think this approach, this method we already following. If I go to controllers folder, let's open auth controller, and inside this login function, if I scroll, so after checking the email and password, here we are calling a function. Let's open it. And inside this function, we can see while generating our token value, while creating a signed token, here the expiration value equals to 7 days. It simply means that after 7 days, token is no longer available to use to call our protected API calls. So this was the first option, like to set expiration value. And second, what we can do, we can create a blacklist table, or we can say blacklist collection into our database. Now into the second method, what basically we are doing, simply while calling our logout API, we have to store auth token. What basically we are passing into authorization header, we have to store that token into blacklist collection. And if suppose after logout, if same token we can use to call another API calls, protected API calls. So in that case, inside middleware, first we have to check that if that token is available inside this blacklist collection, which means logout API has been called. So in that case, no longer
token will be available. Otherwise, we can go and use that token. So to implement this condition, actually we have to create a table schema into our database, and the table schema is of any name and which contains like some properties, let's say token, and inside this token we have to store the token value and also a predefined property of MongoDB, and it is called expired at. And inside this expired at, we can store the expiration of our JSON web token value. So this will be the schema of this blacklist collection. And finally, if you are talking about the third method to implement the concept of Logout API, so inside third method, we have to go and implement the session-based token destruction. So in this third method, we'll see the concept of Express session. It's an NPM package, and along with I'll use one more NPM package, and that will be called connect Mongo. So these are the three methods. By the help of that, we can easily implement the concept of Logout API in case of JSON Web Token. So already we had seen this set expression value. Now in this case, I will discuss the concept of how to create a blacklist collection schema and how to create properties like token, expired at, and how to actually store our token values after logout to this schema. So let's get started about this method number two first. And now to start with this method number two, first I will create our blacklist collection schema. So let's go inside this models folder. Let's create a new file and I will call it as blacklist.model.js. Now into this file, first I will import, let's say const mongoose equals to require, and let's say mongoose. And then after, let's say const blacklist schema equals to new mongoose dot schema, and into this object already I told you that we want these two properties called token, and then after it will be expired at. If we are talking about the data type, so token, it is going to contain the string value, and expired at, it is going to contain the date value. All things are done. Then after, let's say module dot exports equals to mongoose dot models, and here the model name will be, let's say, blacklist, and here it will be blacklist schema. Now save these changes. Now then after, if I go, so first I will open this, let's say auth controller, and if I go to this logout API, and inside this logout API, what basically I want, so whenever if any user click on logout, and remember it's a protected API route, which means that also we have to pass authorization token value into header. So I can get the authorization token header value inside this logout function, and that token we have to store into this model schema. So first I will go and import this blacklist model into this auth controller. So let's go, let's say const blacklist equals to require, and it will come from models folder, and it will be blacklist model. Let's copy this model name, scroll down to logout API, and here first I will get the token value, so const token equals to require dot headers, and I think if I go into middleware's auth middleware, so let's copy this line of code, like simply we are reading the authorization token value. Let's go and put here. Then after, what I will do, if token, if we have the token value, now in here let's await. Then after blacklist, means blacklist model, I'll choose create method, and here token, it means what the token we are getting from authorization header, I'm storing that token into a table, and here let's say expired at, and this property will take the date value, and remember inside this auth middleware, after decoding information, also we are storing the decoded data, decoded user data, which containing the informations of user. It means all about the payload information. And if you are talking about the payload, so it is containing the values like name, we can see here name, email, issuer at, and expiration. So this exp value actually we have to store into expired at property. So what we can do, simply all these values after decode we are storing into this user property. So let's go here,
request.user.exp. All things are done, so I'm using await, so it will be async. Now save these changes. Now successfully we have stored our logout token into this blacklist schema. And finally here, let's say user logged out. So to test, let's go back to Postman and here let's create a new request and I will call it as user logout API. Now let's go. First, I will save this API request. Let's copy. Then I will go here. Let's paste. So the API call will be if I go to this login user API. Now let's copy user logout API, paste here. So in place of login, this time it will be logout. Again, click on login, and here we have the token what basically we have generated. So let's copy, go inside user logout API, then after into headers, and without passing header. And one more thing, if I go to our route file, and this will be routes folder auth route, and like also we have to add the middleware concept like because it is protected, so check auth token. So without passing token, if I click on send button, okay, it is not able to connect. And mongoose.models, okay, here we have some error, and it is because it is not actually mongoose.models, it will be mongoose.model. Now save these changes. Now if I go click on send button, and now we can see access denied, and it's because we have to pass authorization. So authorization key, and then after let's say bearer and the token value. Now after passing token, what basically we are doing successfully, it will bypass our auth middleware, like it will pass our auth middleware like check auth token. It will hit if I go, let's open auth controller, it will hit this logout function, and inside this logout function, first it will read the token, what basically we are passing into authorization header, and after getting token, simply it will go and store into our blacklist schema. Now, if I go click on send button, now you can see user logout. So to confirm the token has been stored or not, let's go inside MongoDB, and inside this, what the database we have created, if I go, let's reload. And now we can see here we have one more collection called blacklist. Let's open and successfully. Now inside this blacklist collection, now we can see some data like underscore ID, token, and expired at. Now this token is the same token what basically we have passed into authorization header value. And I think here we have some mistake into this expired at. And what basically I'm thinking, okay, actually, if I go to JWT.io, this expansion value into timestamp, but we have to save into date format according to this model schema, date format. So let's convert. So I will cut this value. Let's say new date, and here put that token, it means like expiration value into timestamp, and let's multiply with this 1000. Now save these changes. So first I will go and delete this existing value, click on delete, delete, okay, delete it. Now if I go, let's call one more time our logout API with same token. Click on send button, choose a logout, and if I go, click on reload, and now we can see now this time everything is okay. Here we have the ID value, the token value, it means from authorization header, and this is our expiration value. So what next? Let's go to VS Code, and then after I will go to this auth middleware, and inside this auth middleware, let's call first const blacklist require, and it will be from models, and it will be blacklist model. So while processing our request from this check auth token, also we have to check that if what the token we are passing into authorization header, if that token is available inside this blacklist schema, it means the token is already has used inside logout. So it means that token is no longer available to use inside any of the API calls. So what we can do, just copy this blacklist, means blacklist schema, and here let's say const, it's is valid token, is valid token equals to await, it will be blacklist dot find one, and inside here just pass token, because this token is the property name, and also this is a variable, so same name, so don't need to write two times, so token is okay. And I'm using await here, so this function will be async. Now let's copy is valid token. If we have some data, let's paste here, and in return let's say response dot json, and this time status equals to false and message equals to invalid token. Now save these changes. So successfully, as we know that this token now logged out because this token is available inside our blacklist collection. So if I will use the same token to call our profile API, user profile API, let's go pass this token, and if I click on the set button, and now we can see invalid token because successfully now that token what basically we have used to call our logout API, now that token is now blacklisted. Now I will generate one more token value. Just go to login user API, click on send button. A new token has been generated. Let's copy. I'll go then into our user profile API. Let's paste here token, click on send button, and now we can see this time token is working. So the same token again, if I go, let's copy the token from this profile API, go into this logout user API, and if I paste here, click on send button, user logout. Now if I go again, click on this user profile API, send button, and invalid token. So successfully, now we have implemented our one more API endpoint concept, and that is of logout API. And inside this logout API, we have followed the method number 2, that is how to implement the concept of blacklisted token. And now to start with this method number 3, which is nothing. This is all about user logout on the base of user session. We have to install two NPM packages, that is Express session, which basically is going to create a server session, and then after that server session will save into MongoDB database by using this connect-mongo. So these two packages, before starting this method number 3, we have to install into this Node application. Let's go back to project terminal, and then after let's install npmi. It will be express hyphen session space. I want like one more package that is called connect hyphen mongo. Hit enter. Now successfully, as we can see that now we have installed two more packages. Let's go and confirm from this package.json. So if I scroll, and now we can see inside this dependencies object, here we have connect-mongo, and then after express-session. Now before using all these packages, I strongly recommend or suggest just go to first its documentation. So here we have express-session, the npm package documentation, and here we have connect-mongo. So what we can do, I'll use these two packages step by step. So first let's go here express session. So by using this npm package, actually we have to create a user session after user login. So what we can do here, we have some configuration. So if I scroll, now I can see app.use, then after a session helper function, and then we have to pass some values. So let's copy, and before copy, if I go, let's go into server.js file, and first we require those two packages. So const, let's say session equals to require, and it will be express session, and then after let's say const, I have to use our MongoDB store. So let's say store equals to require, and I will say connect-mongo. So successfully these two packages now I have imported. Then after let's copy this setting, that is app.use. So I have copied, let's go here, and inside here let's say for session configuration it will be app.use, and then after here we have the session, which is nothing, this session. So inside session secret, let's pass this secret value from our default.json file. So I will cut this value, let's go into this config default.json, and I will say, let's say server underscore session, and the value is something like this. Let's go cut, put inside double quotes, put comma here. Let's copy this server session. Then I will go to our server.js file, and inside here it will be config.get, and this is the key. Resave equals to false, save uninitialized equals to true, cookie secure equals to true, and here inside this session helper function into its object, I want one more property. As I told, whenever the server will create a session like user wise on the basis of login, I also want to store the user session into a MongoDB. So for that, I have installed the package called connect-mongo. So if I go to the npm package documentation of this connect-mongo, so simply it is saying MongoDB session is store for connect and express. So if I scroll, and now we can see inside this app.use, here inside this session store, and then Mongo store dot create. So what we can do, just we have to add a store property here. Let's remove for this time being this cookie. We don't need this cookie. Let's remove. Then store. I can see a property inside this session, and then after, instead of calling it store, let's call Mongo store. Let's copy, go into here. So Mongo store dot create, and inside this create we have some properties, because as we know that this application is already connected with a MongoDB database. So what we can do, if I go to settings, scroll down, so we can see inside this mongodb.store.create, and here we have to pass a MongoDB URL. So what we can do, just copy this MongoDB URL property, and if I go here, now in our case it will be config.get, and if I go to default.json, let's copy. This will be MongoDB URI. So I have copied and just paste here. And one more thing, like the user session, I want to save into a MongoDB database, but what will be the collection name? So to pass the collection name, it means our own defined collection name. Here we have property called collection name, and inside this collection, let's say that I want to put call sessions. So automatically, whenever the server will create the session of user login, that session will be stored into this sessions collection. Now all things are done. So here, let me summarize one more time. So basically, we are using the session based our user logout concept. So for that, we have installed two packages called Express Session. By the help of this package, actually, we can create a session on server, but I want to store that session value or that user session into our database. So that I have installed one more package called connect-mongo, and then after, by using the session, I have used app.use session, and into this function I have passed an object called secret value, resave, save uninitialized, and then after store, and into this store I have configured all about our MongoDB database. So this is the table called session, and into these sessions I want to store all about our user sessions value. Now step number one now completed, that is all about installation of packages and all about our package configurations. Now after setting all these basic things, what we can do next, just go inside this auth controller. Now this time, instead of using token inside this login function, I have to use the session based concept. So what we can do, instead of using our JSON web token, this time I will use our express session. So scroll down. So after authenticating user using email and password, instead of generating this token value, let's comment, and also let's comment this line of code, because this time we have to use the concept of express session. So here, simply if I want to use the concept of express session, it means I want to create a user session into server. It will be very simple, request dot session. And by adding this line of code, simply we are using the concept of express session. So I want to create a user session. So request dot session dot user, and into that session, what basically we are trying to create, what information I want to store into it. So let's say that I want to store the user email and the username into that session. So if I go here, here is the email. So let's copy the email value. So let's call it as email address. equals to email. Now this is the user session we are trying to create, and then after all I also want the username, so user exists. In this case, it will be name user exist dot name. So successfully, now we have created a server session, and into that session we have two values. And finally, what we can do, just copy this return statement and paste here and remove this token value. Now save all these changes. Let's go back to Postman. And here I'll then go to this login user API. Now, after passing all this data, click on Send button. Now this time we are using the concept of Express session. And okay, instead of getting our success response, we are getting some error, that is internal server error 500. Let's go back to VS Code. I think we have some error inside this login function. So what we can do, just copy this request.session to check that if session is working or not. So let's say console.log. If I go put here, save these changes, go inside project terminal, it is connected. Now let's click on this login API. And if I go, and now we can see our session is not working because it is coming as undefined. So let's go at the root cause like server.js. And if I check here, this is all about the configuration. And okay, here is the issue is of the code placement. Actually, this session configuration is always will be on the top before this all this out configuration, because as we know, like session is working or we are using session based concept inside all these API routes, like inside our login function. So instead of doing all these things at top, we have to configure our session first. Now save these changes. Now if I go, let's go to project terminal. Now it is started. Again, if I go click on send button, now this time instead of getting 500, now you can see that here it's working and users logged in. Now if I go back to project terminal, and now we can see that successfully a session has been created on server, and like this is cookie and this is the user information what basically we have stored, the email address and the username. So successfully, now this is that how to use Express session to create a server session. Now to confirm inside MongoDB, if I go, now as we can see, we don't have any sessions. Let's go, let's reload. And now we can see successfully one more collection now created called sessions. Now after this, if I click on these sessions, and now we can see that successfully what the session we have created on server, now also we are able to save into this sessions collection. Now, apart from our login function customization or changes, also we have to do the session-based concept changes into the middleware as well as inside Logout API. Let's go back to VS Code. Now, apart from the server.js and auth controller, let's go inside this middleware file. And previously, we were working by using this token-based concept. So what we can do, just go comment this line of code, or what we can do, I'll go and comment. Let's go create one more function here, that is const. Let's say session check auth. Check auth equals to, this time actually we are creating a new function. Instead of changing the existing function, request response and next. And into this what we can do, first we have to check that if request.session dot user, if user is logged in, then in that case we have to call this next function. Otherwise we have to go into this else block. Let's say return response dot json, and here status equals to false and message equals to access denied. Now save these changes. Now this time let's copy this function. First I will go and export here. Now then after I will go into this auth routes. And first, let's go inside this profile API, because inside this profile API, we have used this check auth token. Now, instead of using auth token, now this time we are using then session based concept. Let's go put here, save these changes. Now, if I go back to Postman, now let's call our profile API. Now this time we don't need this token. Let's go click on send button. So whenever if I click on send button of this profile API,
automatically this middleware will be called. And remember, inside this middleware, inside this function, we are checking all about current logged in session. So right now, user is logged in, so we are able to see the profile informations. And one more thing, if I go to our profile API function, so after login, and here it is. Now this time we are reading informations of user from request.user. But remember, after login we have stored the user information right here, that is request.user, request.session.user. So let's copy this value and just put it here. Now save these changes. Now if I go click on send button, and now we can see that instead of token based concept, now successfully we have implemented our session based concept. So here we have user profile data, email address, and the name value. And remember, all these values basically we have stored into the session what we have created into server. And one more thing, if I want to store the user ID, because user ID is attached with the post APIs, so what we can do, if I go to this login function, and here let's say id equals to, it will be user access dot underscore id. Now save these changes. Now one more time, if I go to a login API, let's say login API, click on send button, one more session created. If I go reload this table structure, now you can see actually the same user has updated. So that's why the same session object into this collection now updated. Now if I go here into our profile API, click on send button, and now we can see this time here we have the user ID. So successfully, now we have implemented one more API concept, and that is user profile API. Now let's do some changes over logout API. So what we can do inside this auth controller, let's close this one first, this first. Now inside this logout, here we are saving the token value inside our database collection. So let's go comment this line of code. Now this time, what I will do, request.session, and I will use the concept of destroy. Now basically, we have to destroy the current logged in session. Now save these changes. Now if I go call this logout API, and one more thing, just go to auth routes, copy this session check auth, and in place of auth token over this logout API, just paste it here, because after putting this middleware, now this function automatically gets called. Now if I go to a logout API, click on send button, we don't need this authorization token. Now whenever if I click on the send button, automatically it will destroy, it will destroy the current logged in session. So let's go click on send button. And now inside this logout API, instead of getting success response, now this time I am able to see some exceptions, some error messages, and why it is coming. Let's go back to VS Code inside logout function. And okay, actually here we have two mistakes. The first mistake is that we have to use a wait keyword, and instead of using this response, this is request object. So req.session.destroy. Now save all these changes. Let's go here, click on send button, and now we can see user logout. So successfully, now we can see that we have implemented or changes one more API, that is logout API. Now one more thing, if I go to profile API, now click on send button, and as we know that user has been logged out, click on send button, and as we can see, access denied. Now let's go to login API, click on send button, or new session server, like a new session now created. Now if I go to profile API, click on send button, now you can see profile data. If I go to logout API, click on send button, user logged out. Now again go back to profile API, click on send button, and now you can see it is not working. Now let's see some more cases with all these APIs. For example, for this, let's say add post API, and where it is add post API, and inside this add post API, remember we are taking the user ID from session. So if I go to check, let's go inside our post controller, and inside this add post, we are getting the user ID like user ID request.user.id. But in this case, actually, this is not the token based concept. This is session based concept. So what we can do, request.session. And inside this, if I go to Postman inside of Profile API, and let's click again on Login API first, user logged in, click on Profile API, and now we can see user.id. We can get ID value if I go here. So request.session.user.id. Now by the help of that, we can get the user ID. Now if I go click on Add Post API, now let's say sample post, let's say 1010, click on Send button, and now we can see post created. Now if I go back to MongoDB, click on posts, and if I scroll, let's reload, and now we can see one more post created, and this is of this user ID. So successfully, now we have implemented our Logout API concept by means of three methods. That is what we had discussed initially. If I close first all these files, so this is method number one by setting the expiration value while generating our token value. Second, by creating a blacklist collection schema into our MongoDB database so that after logout we can store that token value into that table. And finally, into this third step, now we have seen the concept of logout API by means of using Express session. So successfully, now step by step, so much thing we have now completed into this complete course. Now into the next topic, we'll discuss that how to create the Swagger documentation of our
Now,
APIs.
next inside this video topic, I will discuss one more interesting concept of this API development course, and that is how to create API documentation of APIs, what basically we have created using Node.js and Express. So to create API documentation, we need some NPM packages. So let's open a new tab. So the first package I will use to convert our APIs into API documentation, and it will be called Swagger-UI-Express. Then also we'll see the concept that how to use Swagger-JStock. Now this will be the under package, and one more thing, inside this generation of API documentation, we'll discuss two different methods. First, we'll have our Postman collection, that is a .json file. Now how to convert a .json file into the API documentation. Then further, into second method, I will discuss the concept that how to use Swagger to write first its annotations to generate APIs documentation. So inside this interesting concept, we'll discuss about method number one, and it will be method number one. It will be like .json file to Swagger documentation. And this .json file is nothing. It is the Postman collection, what basically we have created. Now inside method number two, we'll discuss that how to create Swagger documentation using Swagger annotations. So let's get started with method number one. So first we have to install this package into this Node application. So I will go, let's copy this package name. Then I'll go to our project terminal, stop this development server, and here let's say npm install Swagger-UI Express, hit enter. And one more thing, before using this package, I strongly recommend just go to browser, search for that package, and here it is, Swagger UI Express. Now you will find all about the available methods that how to use this package to create Swagger documentation using .json file. So let's go back to VS Code and let's confirm first. So successfully, package now installed. Now in the next step, I want our JSON file that should be exported from Postman. So let's go back to Postman and remember all those APIs basically we have tested inside this Postman tool inside this collection. So inside this collection, what I will do, click on these three dots, and here we have a more option. I'll go simply, and here we have the export option. Click on export. So it is asking export collection, that is collection v2, collection v2.1. So I will go with this collection v2.1, and basically it will export all these APIs what basically we have created into this collection into .json file. So let's go click on three dots, click on more, then here export, collection v2.1, click on export. Now successfully, as we can see that it is asking to save a .json file into our local system. So what I will do, I will go and let's rename this file and I will call it as Node.js APIs v2.1.json, and I am saving this file into my this local system path. Click on save button. So successfully collection now exported. So in the next step, what basically we have to do, we have to copy that file what basically I have exported, and I will simply go and put that file into my uploads folder. And now successfully I have moved that file from my local system path to this uploads folder. And now as we can see into this uploads folder, here we have a file that is node.js APIs v2.1.json. And this is exact the same file what basically we have exported from Postman collection. Now in the next step, what I will do, so I will go first to browser and I will go to a website called Postman to API converter. If I copy, let's go back to VS Code, and if I type here, so it will be Postman to Open API converter .netlify.app. So simply you have to go into this website or web application, and I will just copy the whole content of this .json and let's put here. So what basically we are trying to do, we are simply going to convert this postman collection .json file OpenAPI.json file, because the standard or the annotations, or if I mean like the syntax of Swagger, is something different from this .json file. So as we are converting our APIs into APIs documentation using Swagger, so we have to follow Swagger pattern and its annotation. So first we have exported this collection from Postman, and then after I have copied all this content from this .json, go into this web application called Postman to OpenAPI converter.netlify.app, and here I have pasted all those .json content, and let's click on convert, and successfully it has now converted into OpenAPI specification, but right now it is in YAML format. So let's click on this drop down and I want it to .json. So select .json, click on convert, and successfully now all those code of OpenAPI now converted into .json format. So let's copy this complete code copied. I'll go then here, and inside this uploads folder, I'll create one more file, and let's call it as openapi.json, and inside this file I simply pasted all those code. Now if you compare this code with this code, now you can see the differences. Now we have to convert next the Swagger documentation using this openapi.json. Let's close this file. Now let's open our server.js. So as I told you before, using any NPM package, for example, in this case, I will use Swagger UI Express to convert this .json file like openapi.json into Swagger documentation. I strongly recommend first go to this like the documentation of NPM package. So let's go back to browser, and here we have Swagger UI Express. So successfully we have installed into a Node application. Then after we have to include, so let's copy, go here into the server.js. So I simply include Swagger UI require Swagger UI Express. And one more thing also I will include fs require, and it will be file system of Node. Now successfully, let's go and here like something here, let's add a comment that is Swagger documentation using postman.json file. And then after, let's say Swagger, let's say content, or we can say Swagger documentation content equals to, let's say json.parse, and here fs means file system dot read file sync, and I'm going to read all those content from OpenAPI. So this file is inside uploads folder, and into uploads folder, like into uploads folder it is not coming, and let me check why it is not coming. So we have to go uploads, and it will be OpenAPI .json, and inside second argument of this read file sync function, it will be UTF-8. Now successfully save all these changes. Now then after, if I go to the npm package documentation, let's copy this line of code, that is app.use, paste here. Now this is the path. It means whenever if I start the development server, so it will be something localhost 3000 API talks. So automatically this .json file will be converted into the Swagger documentation. Let's copy the Swagger documentation content and put here. Now save these changes. Now all things are done. If I go, let's start development server npm run dev, and as you can see it started. So if I copy localhost 3000, now let's go here. Now as we can see, welcome message. Now if I type api-docs, hit enter, and now as we can see that our .json file, that is openapi.json, is now converted into Swagger documentation. And here we have like default, and inside this default this is all about registration API, login API, add post profile, and all those APIs what basically we have added into our postman collection. Now, if you want to customize some settings, for example, the name, the version inside the servers, obviously you can customize each and everything of this documentation using of this openapi.json. As you can see, this is the name, this is the version. So if I say here, so this is, let's say, Swagger documentation. Save these changes. Now inside these servers, we can see postman-echo. So this time we have https colon, it will be localhost 3000 port. Now if I save these changes, so after doing all these updates, if I go and reload, and now as we can see here, we have like the title, version, this is the description, and inside servers here we have the URL. So successful. Now this is that how to convert a post1 collection, post1.json file to OpenAPI Swagger documentation. Now after this was all about the method 1 to generate Swagger documentation. Now let's discuss about method number 2, and this is that how to use our Swagger annotations to create our Swagger documentation. So for that I will use one more npm package, and already we had discussed, that is Swagger JSON. So let's copy, go inside project terminal, and then after let's first disconnect npm install, and it will be swagger-jstalk. Hit enter. Now successfully package has been installed into our node application. So to confirm, if I go to package.json inside this dependencies, and now we can see swagger-jstalk. So let's close this file. Now in the next step, what I will do, I'll create one more folder into this application structure, and it will be, let's call it as Swagger. And into this file, we have to create a Swagger config file. So let's create a file that is called swagger.options.options.js. And inside this file, I'll go and require this package call. If I go to package.json, we have to require this swagger-jstalk. So it will be const, let's say swagger doc, or I will say swagger config equals to, let's say require, and it will be, here we have some spelling mistake. So it will be, now then after, let's say const options equals to, I'll create an object, and into this object we have to pass the basic settings of this open API for Swagger documentation. So to get the idea that what properties we have to pass into this object, let's go back to browser. And if I go back to again to this web application, that is Postman to Open API Converter .netlify.app, this is a Postman collection. So if I go and convert to this again, that is YAML format, click on this convert button. So we can see that here we have some syntax. So let's copy, and if I go, let's open a new tab. So inside is syntax, this is nothing, this is Swagger annotations, like Open API Swagger annotations. So we can see that here we have some type of informations like Open API version, then info, and inside this info here we have
title, description, version, contact, servers, and here we have the path. And this path is nothing, it is containing all about our API routes. So these are the basic settings what basically we have to configure, we have to pass into this options object. So what we can do here, we can see that this is open API version information. So if I go inside these options, first I'll create one more property and I will call it as, let's say, definition. And into second property, either we can pass into double quotes or without quotes, and then after I will pass call API. Now inside this definition, let's create an object, and inside this definition, I will first pass this open API. Let's copy, put here, and here we have to pass the version. So what I will do, I will copy, go here, and put it here. Now in the next, here we have info, like info, title, description, version. So let's copy this key called info, put here, and inside this info, create an object. Let's go and copy this title, description, and version. So I will copy, go here, and put it here. Let's format. Now this is string value, wrap inside our double quotes. Now inside this description, let's say this is method number two to generate API documentation. And inside this version, let's go and wrap inside double quotes. And also we have to put comma here. Now this is about the info section. Now then after also I need call servers. Let's copy, go here, and after this info, let's put servers. And inside these servers, we can say here, like here we have the URL. So let's copy, go here, and inside here I'll create one more object and put this value, and this value will be inside a key called URL. So what to do, let's say URL, and this is the value. And actually this servers is going to contain array of URLs, so it will not an object, it is an array. Now save these changes. This is about definition. So inside this definition, here we have the key called open API info servers, and then after this definition here about we have API, and inside this API we have to configure about API routes. So as we know that our API routes is inside this routes folder, and all about the logical body functional implementation of those methods will be inside this controllers folder. So what to do inside this API, let's pass an array, and inside this array I will tell that okay, we have the API routes inside this routes folder. So we have to go like this is options file which is inside this Swagger, and so we have to go one folder back, then we have to go into routes folder, and then after I'll go and include all those JS files of this route folder. So inside routes folder, we have two .js file, that is auth.route.js and post.route.js. Maybe in your case, like you have 5, 10, 20 number of files. So in that case, I'll include all these files from this routes folder. So what to do? Simply, let's here that is star.js file. Now by the help of this, we are including all those files of this routes folder with these options. Now in the next, I'll go and again go to its controllers folder. So one folder back, go to controllers, and from controllers again I will include all these files like auth controller, data controller, post controller. So it will be star.js. Now successfully inside this API, now we have included all those files from routes folder and controllers folder. Now simply it is meaning that what the annotations we pass to each of the file or each of these files, automatically those annotations will be converted into the API documentation of Swagger. Now after creating all these options, what we can do, let's say const Swagger API options equals to, and here let's copy the Swagger config, and into this I will pass all these options, and then after let's say module dot exports equals to Swagger API options. And one more thing, that this is an array, so this is not only API, it will be APIs. Now save all these changes. Now let's go and open server.js file, and inside this file I will first require, let's say const Swagger API options equals to require, and we have to go into Swagger folder, like into Swagger folder,
And from the Swagger folder, we have to include swagger.options. Let's copy, and then after somewhere like after this API docs, now this is our method number one. So let's say API hyphen docs hyphen method number one. Now this was to convert a postman.json file to Swagger documentation. And this is, let's say, method number two, and which is Swagger annotations to Swagger documentation. And here let's app.use, and it will be, let's pass first route. So it will be, let's say, called API hyphen docs hyphen method number two. And into here, let's say Swagger UI dot serve, and to this third argument it will be Swagger UI dot setup, and into this function I will pass Swagger API is options, and these options or specification we have created into a separate file. Now save all these changes. Now step number one, if I go and summarize one more time. So step number one, first you have to install two packages like Swagger JS Talk and Swagger UI Express. Now then after, you have to think that you have to go either using method number one or method number two. So for example, if you choose method number two, so in that case, you have to create a config file, and into this config you have to pass all these options, and then after simply export, and into a main entry file, simply first you have to include API options, and then after you have to use Swagger UI.setup Swagger UI options. Now successfully, now this was our step number two, and now finally the most important step, that is step number three. So inside step number three, inside method number two, you have to write Swagger annotations. So behind the scene, those annotations will be converted into Swagger documentation. Now the question is how to write Swagger annotations. So it's very simple. What the syntax we can see here inside this, like inside this file, these are Swagger annotations. Now we have to include these annotations, or we have to write these annotations with our APIs. So first thing first, let's say that I want to create the API documentation of our registration API. So first I will go to this auth controller. Now into this auth controller, if I go, this is our register method. So here simply we have to go and add multi-line comment. And into this multi-line comment, first let's add the rate open API. Now this is the syntax. Basically we are instructing that after this add the rate open API, I'm going to write the API annotations of this register user API. Now then after, if I go to take help of these annotations, so this is something like register API URL. So let's copy. Then I will go here. So after this, let's put, and one more thing, before writing this path, also we have to tell that like by the help of which method we are calling that API. So what to do? Let's copy here all these syntax from here up to this gender. After that, this is annotations of login API. So simply I have copied from this API path. Then here we have the request method. It means post method will be used to call this registration API. Then after here we have the summary. Then after here we have the description, operation ID, and much more parameters. So if I go, let's copy from here to here. I will go to this auth controller and just put here. Now if I go, let's format something. So let's add star here. Then I'll add here description, operation ID, parameters, responses, 200 the status code of response, then description, content, application JSON, then a schema, type equals to object, example, request body. It means what the request body we have to pass while calling this API. So, and inside request body, the content we are passing is required, and the content schema, it's an object. And for example, here we have, let's say name, email, password, and gender. So Swagger annotations are nothing. These are the complete syntax. Actually, we have to instruct while creating our documentation that if we want to call registration API, so what will be the request body and what is the response?
So these are called annotations. So if I save these changes, so automatically now these annotations will be converted into Swagger documentation. Now after doing all these things, let's start our development server. So it will be npm run dev, hit enter, started. Let's go back to browser. And if I reload, and now we can see our welcome message. So for example, if I want to open the API documentation using method number one, so it will be localhost 3000 API docs hyphen method hyphen one. Hit enter. And now as we can see that this time it is also not working. As we can see, no operations defined in specification. And it is because if I go to server.js, so here we have method number one and also here we have method number two. But remember, we are using Swagger UI, so automatically now this method number one is overridden from this method number two. So to work with this method number one, let's go and comment this line of code. So code commented. If I go, let's reload. And now as you can see, now method number one is working. And this is the Swagger documentation, what basically we have generated using postman.json file. Now then after, I want to see method number two. So let's go and let's add a comment line. Let's uncomment that. Save these changes. So if I go, let's type instead of method number one, it will be method number two. And again, we have same error like no operations defined in specification. So why it is coming? So Swagger API options, and I think it is not working. So go here and inside here and okay, actually here we don't have two dots. It will be inside current folder because this option now included inside the server.js file, and this server.js file is going to find the Swagger annotations into controllers and all these controller files. So instead of passing like one folder back, it will be dot forward slash routes dot forward slash controllers. Now if I save these changes, hopefully now this time, now as you can see, it is working so successful. Now this is all about to create the API documentation. Right now we have created for register user API. Now if I want to create one more for the login API, so in that case what we can do, just go here inside our controller file. So I will go first to this annotations file. Now then after, simply I will copy all those code or all those annotations of login API. After copy, let's go inside auth controller, and this time I want to create the annotations for login function. So multi-line comment, and here at the rate open API, and then after put all these code. Now let's do some formatting. So it will be, let's add a star, summary, description, operation ID, parameters, responses, status code, status message, then content, example, and then after here we have like request body, content, all those values we have to pass into request body in JSON format, and the JSON body will contain the email and password. So successfully, now these are the annotations of login API. If I save these changes, let's go back to browser. If I reload, and now we can see here we have one more API documentation of login API. So you have to follow the same pattern what basically we did so far to create the API documentation using Swagger. Now successfully, here we have completed one more interesting concept inside this API development course, and that is how to create APIs documentation. Now next into this course, I will discuss one more interesting concept, and that is how to use MongoDB Shell to run our queries at database level. So if I open a new tab, so in this interesting topic, we'll discuss about MongoDB Shell, and it's a command line tool to run our queries. So hardly it will take 1 to 2 minutes to understand the complete concept that how to run our queries at database level. And as you know, inside our MongoDB, inside our database, we'll have collections, and inside any of the collection we'll have documents. So first thing first, as I told inside this complete course, I'm using the desktop version of MongoDB, and that is MongoDB Compass. So right now, this is the database what we are using inside this complete course, that is Node.js APIs. So let's close first. So inside this connection called Node.js APIs, this is the database we are using. So let's click into it. Now inside this database, we'll have four collections called blacklist, posts, sessions, and users. Now let's say that I want to run our queries at a database level. So for that, I need MongoDB Shell. So here we'll have an option. So let's click into this option. And now we can see that automatically this Mongoose shell is now opened into our database. So let's assume that I'm inside another database called test. If I go, let's open this MongoDB shell. So right now I'm inside this test database. Now I want to switch the database from test to Node.js APIs. So from a different database to go to our source database. So in that case, I'll use the keyword called use, and I want to go into Node.js APIs. Now this is the database I want to use. Put a semicolon, hit enter, and now as you can see that database now switched from test database to Node.js API. Now after switching the database, let's say that I want to run our first command to list all those collections what we have inside this database. So for that, I will run the command called show, and here we have the command called collections. Put semicolon, and one more thing, let's go into this view, click on zoom in. So now inside this database, this is the first command we are executing called show collections. So automatically all the collections what we'll have inside this database will be listed. Hit enter, and now as we can see that inside our database, the collections we have called blacklist, post, sessions, and users. Now let's say that I want to count how many users or how many documents we have inside this users collection. So for that, what I will do, let's say db dot users dot count documents. So automatically, if I go put semicolon, hit enter, and okay, actually for this, let's go first clear this screen. So let's say db dot users dot count document, and it's a function. So put parenthesis, then semicolon, and hit enter. And now as you can see inside users collection we have 7 documents. Now let's say that I want to list all those documents, all those users here. So for that, let's say db dot users, and I will use the same concept, that is find function, and put semicolon, hit enter. And now as we can see that here we have the user number 8, user number 7, and so on. We have all these documents. And one more thing, to clear this console, to clear this all those commands, simply we have typed the command called cls. After typing cls, semicolon, hit enter, and now as you can see our screen is now cleared. Now let's say that I want to get the users. Remember, also we have used into our APIs, that is the concept of regular expression. So let's go and open first this users table, and inside here we can see user1, like user1 at net.com, then user2 at the example.com. So first thing first, I want to get all male users. So here it will be db dot users dot find, and inside this find function we have to pass an object, and inside this object the condition will be gender, and the gender will be called male. Put semicolon, hit enter, and now in this data set we'll have all those users whose gender equals to male. Now let's say that I want to get those users whose email is containing at last, let's say example.com. So in this case, I have to use the concept of regular expression. So first I will clear, not clear, it will be cls. So here let's say db dot users dot find, and inside this parenthesis let's pass an object, and inside this object we have to check the users on the basis of email. So the column name or the property name called email, and inside email we have to pass again an object. Remember, if I go to VS Code, let's go inside controllers, data controller, and if I go filtered email, inside this filtered email not inside users first. If I go filter email, so we can see user.find, and here we have an object. This is the property, like on the basis of that, we are running our condition. And then here we have an object, and inside this object, look at here, regex. This is the pattern options equals to I. Now the same thing we can pass into our Mongo shell. So let's go here. And into this, I will use regex, and here we have to use example.com because I want those users from user collection where the email is containing example.com at last. So example.com and dollar. And also I will add one more options for case insensitive, and that is of a small I. So let's pass semicolon, hit enter. And now as you can see that inside our users collection, users table, we have only two documents where the email value of user is containing example.com at last. So inside MongoDB shell, we actually not only restrict only for select operation, even I can do the insert operation. Let's see an example. So for example, I want to create a user for this users table. So we need to pass the data called name, email, password, and gender. So if I go here, let's first clear CLS. So it will be db dot users dot insert one. For example, if I want to create only one user, so insert one, and into this parenthesis, let's pass an object. And what the values we have to pass? So it will be name. Let's call it as this name. Then we have to pass the email. So I will pass, let's say, this email test at the net.com. Then we have to pass gender. Then we have to pass the phone number. Let's check that key first. So not actually phone number, it is password. So after gender, we have to pass password. So password colon, and the value let's pass from 1 to 8. Now hit enter, and successfully acknowledged equals to 2, and insert ID, it means successfully now user has inserted. So if I go and select, so db.users.find, hit enter. Now at last we can see a new document has been created into our database table. So successfully, this is that how to operate into by using MongoDB Shell to run and execute our queries at database level. And finally, into the next topic, I'll discuss that how to deploy this API development setup or this API project to a cloud server. So here I'll use or I will deploy this API setup to render.com. So render.com is a cloud application platform where we can freely host our Node applications. So before hosting our API setup over this render.com, first we have to create an account. So already before making this video, I have registered over this render.com via my GitHub repository. So here click on dashboards, and then after I am inside this dashboard.render.com. So before deploying our project, first thing first, I have to create a setup. I have to create a repository into our github.com. So here I'm inside my github.com /OWT hub. Let's click our repository. So create new, like new repository, and I will call it as, let's say, Node.js APIs, and before that I will add yt-node.js APIs. So after passing repository name, click on create repository. Now successfully repository has been created. Now after that, what to do? Let's go into project terminal, stop this development server. So first I will initialize with git to this setup. So right now this setup is not initialized with git. So what we can do, just go into this setup, and I will type the command called git init. And remember one more thing, before using this command, your system must contain this git command. So git init, and successfully git initialized to our API setup. Let's go back to VS Code. Now as you can see that the colors of folders and files now changed inside this Node.js API setup, and this is because like this time we have initialized git into it, and now git started to track all these files and folders. Now then after, I'll create the most important file here. Let's create a new file into this setup, and it will be called git ignore. Now, by the help of this line, we instruct the Git that what the files will list here, what the files we write here into this file, don't try to push those files into GitHub repository. So here, I don't want to push this Node Models folder into GitHub repository. So simply I skip that, and also I don't want to push this .env or this default.json from this config folder because these files will contain some sensitive information. So I don't want to push this .env, and also I don't want to push this default.json from this config folder. Now successfully this file also completed. Let's close that. And once we add those folders and files into this git ignore, now as we can see, color has been changed of this default.json, node modules, and this .env. Let's go back to project terminal, and first I will go to this GitHub repository. Then after that, let's go into project terminal. Into this setup, I will run a command called git add dot executed. Then after, let's add this comment, that is git commit, or here let's run git commit -m, and this is API development project. Hit enter. All files and folders now added. So let me summarize one more time. Git init was the first command. Then we created our git ignore file here, and then after we run the command called git add, and then run the command called git commit -m, and here we have our message. Now then after we have to run the command called git branch -m and main as per this repository. So let's go here. First, I will clear, type this command, hit enter. Now execute it. Let's run our next command called git remote add origin. So I will go, hit enter, execute it. And finally, we have to run this command to push our code to this GitHub repository. So git push -u origin and main branch. Hit enter, and successfully all code now pushed. So if I go, let's reload. Now, as we can see that here we have all those folders and files, but as we can see, we don't have node modules, we don't have .env, and also we don't have default.json from config folder. So now I want to deploy this Git repository project into this render.com, but also we have to do some changes. So if I go, let's open package.json, and inside this scripts, this dev is okay, but here I will add one more command called start, and into it I will type node server.js. Now after this package.json, let's open this .env. Now inside this .env, as we can see that here we have a key called MongoDB URI. And look at here, this MongoDB URI is containing the local URL of database, which is from the desktop version of MongoDB. But as we know, we are trying to deploy this application to render.com, so we want a cloud database. So this time I'll use the cloud version of MongoDB, that is MongoDB Atlas. So how to get the connection string? Let's go back to browser. So before making this video, already I have an account over this MongoDB Atlas. Let's click on projects, and then after I'll select first project, and then after I'll go into clusters. And from clusters, then click on this connect button. It will open a model. Click on drivers. And then after, here we can see a connection string. So I'll just copy this whole connection string. Let's go into our VS Code. And then after, in place of this localhost URL, let's put here. Now into this connection string, also we want a DB password. So let's go close this model first. I'll go into database access, and then after click on edit of this user, and here actually I didn't remember the password, so let's create a new password. So edit password, auto generate a secure password. Let's copy, click on update user, and let's go to VS Code. So in place of this DB password, the placeholder, let's paste the actual password. And also after this connection string, we want a database. So after forward slash or before this query string like question mark, it will be Node.js APIs. Now this is our database. So here we have the MongoDB URI, which is the cloud database of MongoDB Atlas. Now save these changes. Now let's go into server.js file, and remember we are using the concept of config. So what we can do means config package like default.json. Now this time I want to use .env. So what we can do, first we have to go and uncomment this line. Let's go comment this line of code, scroll down. So instead of config dot get server session, let's copy go into this .env, put here, and inside this server session, if I go, let's copy this static value or dummy value and put here. Now close this file. Now this time into this secret, it will be, let's first copy this constant, and instead of using config, it will be process.env dot server session. Now here we have to pass MongoDB URI. So let's cut, and instead of config.get, it will be process.env.mongodb URI. Scroll down. Now here we have the MongoDB. Let's remove that, and it will be process.env.mongodb URI. And also here we have the port value. So process.env.port. Now save these changes.
Now successfully, according to deployment, now we have updated some files, that is package.json, server.js and .env. Now after doing all these things, let's go back to project terminal. Again, we have to run the same command called git add, then git commit -m, let's say, new changes as per deployment. Now then after git push -u origin main, hit enter. So successfully, code has been deployed. If I go back to GitHub repository, go here, let's reload. Now if I go and search for this first package.json, now we can see here we have the command called start node server.js. And if I open, let's say server.js file, so here we are using .env, and also all those constant or all those environment variables we are calling process.env. Now successfully all those changes are here. Now let's go into this render dashboard, and this time I want to deploy our web service setup. So here from this web services, click on new web service. And here we have to actually connect a GitHub repository. So as I told before making this video, actually I have connected my GitHub repository over this render.com. So that's why automatically it has fetched all the GitHub repository what I have into this account. Otherwise, if I go and for example, if I go, let's click on this OWT hub, disconnect credentials. Let's copy this command. If I put here, click on disconnect credentials. Now at initially you will get some screen. Click on github.com, means GitHub button, and automatically it will take the access and fetch all those repository of your account to this render.com. Click on save. Now after making the successful connection with your Git account, render.com automatically fetch all those repositories from your GitHub account and list here. Now here, I want to deploy this setup with render.com, so click on this setup. Now it will open a settings window, a settings screen. So here, let's pass a name and I will call it as YT Node.js APIs. Now then after, inside language, Node is okay. Branch main, this is our Git branch, so main is okay. Root directory, so all those code at root, so just put dot here. Now inside build command, so as we know that before running this API setup or this API development setup, also according to this package.json, I want that these packages must be installed. So that's why inside our build command we have to pass npm install. It means before running this setup, first we have to create, or first we have to install all these packages and create a node modules inside this setup. So here inside this build command, npm install is okay. Inside this start command, so automatically render.com is too smart, because as per the instruction of package.json scripts, here we have start node server.js. So automatically if fetch the information, that is node server.js, and put inside this start command. In your case, if the entry file is something index.js or app.js, so you have to type that is node app.js or node index.js. Now all things are okay, so I will go with this free version, so just select free. And then after, here we have to create our environment variables. So let's go into a .env. So I want first port will be 3000. So let's copy, go here, port 3000.
And then after I need MongoDB URI, so just copy, add new variable. Let's copy this whole connection string. I have copied, put here. Now then after here we have JW2 secret. Just copy, add new, and let's copy this value, put here, and server session. Let's copy, put here, and copy this value. Now after passing all these values, let's click on this deploy web service. And in a moment, it will start the process to deploy this API setup to render.com. And all those logs, like installation logs, we will see inside this window. Now we can see that it is running our build command called npm install. And as we can see, it has run or like installed 239 packages. And successfully, as we can see, uploading build successful. Now it is deploying our application to a unique URL. And successfully application has been deployed and it executed now start command, that is node server.js. And as we can see, server is running at localhost 3000 port and also database now connected, and successfully your service is live. Now if I go here, now we can see a unique URL, and this URL, if I open, now, as you can see, this is a welcome message. And remember, if I go to server.js file, and here, this is a welcome message. Now, let's try to call our user registration API. So in that case, let's copy this base URL. If I go to Postman, and here in case of register user API, let's pass instead of localhost 3000. Now this time it will be our render.com, then after API /v1 /auth /register. So after passing all this data, click on send button. And now as you can see, user created. So to confirm, if I go to MongoDB Atlas, if I go here, click on clusters, then click on browse collections. And inside this first project cluster, and now we can see Node.js APIs. Now if I click into it, now inside this collection, now inside this database, here we have four collections called blacklist, post, sessions, and users. Now if I click users, and successfully now this user we had created using Postman, and this time we are using render.com. And if I open our API documentation, so let's go first server.js file. Let's copy this URL, API talks method number 2, and if I go and open, hit enter, and successfully I think that our documentation is also working, and super cool that we have implemented our registration API and login API. So inside this complete course, now we had completed lots of things from scratch up to deployment. And finally, friends, now we have completed this amazing journey of this API development course of Node from zero to hero up to project deployment. So for this amazing course and my wonderful effort to complete this, please hit the like button to like this very amazing video, very amazing course. Subscribe to this channel so that I'll be motivated to create new amazing courses. And please share this course in your circle so that everyone at least will get a chance to learn from it. So for this video session, guys, thank you for watching and have a great day.